career certificates
Yo,
provide online
how's
job
it going?
training that's fast and flexible. Learn at your own pace.
22 were polar opposites, one of which involved local favorite Mr. Z going into full-fledged beast mode and crushing me, resulting in a $2,200 loss. A couple of runner flushing.
Can I explain? I stand against a Christian theocracy, so yes, I can explain. I stand against the idea that any law in the United States should be inspired by any commandment of the Christian religion. Hey Rose, how you doing? That is what I mean when I say I stand against a Christian theocracy. There should be an absolute separation of church and state. No laws should be written inspired by a religion in the United States. The Family on Netflix? No, I haven't seen The Family on Netflix. Nice. Congratulations, Rose. And what does stand against solve it all? Let's see. Standing against Christian totalitarianism means I stand in favor of freedom. I don't know. Well, for instance, the desire of the conservative Christians in the United States to overturn the Supreme Court decision to allow same-sex marriage. If left up to Christians, being gay would be illegal. I stand against that idea. I think it's fine to be gay. I don't want your prayers. Keep them to yourself. I'm not cramming my fucking beliefs down your throat. Stop cramming yours. You put your last TST sticker. I know, dirty looks. It is true. It is true that Christians would overturn same-sex marriage. It absolutely is true. It's ironic that I look like Jesus. Well, considering Jesus wasn't white and didn't have long hair, I doubt I look anything like him. Ave Satanas, my friend. I'm an anti-theist. I'm an atheist. I'm an agnostic atheist. I'm a member of the Satanic Temple, which is just a group of atheists. I am accepting guest requests. If people want to hang out and talk, we can have a discussion. Christianity isn't true, so I don't have to worry about that. We're going to change this, though. There you go. That'll work. Well, I get banned, and my bans usually last about 7 days, and then I come back and I go live again. Atheist gang! How am I feeling? I'm a little sore today. I just got done with bowling league, and so my back is a little stiff. Why do I get banned? Because Christians get offended very easily when you question their beliefs, and they mass report me for harassment, I guess. If anybody wants to have the discussion, my guest requests are open. No, I don't perform rituals. you're a lifelong Catholic and you believe in the LGBTQ. Well, I'm a lifelong anti-pedophile person. So I'm against the Catholic Church, period, plain and simple. And as far as I'm concerned, anybody who puts money in that collection plate is literally paying to hide pedophiles from prosecution. So me and Catholics, definitely not on the same page. I do not look like Jesus. Jesus was not a white dude with long hair. Let's go with Fist 2015, I guess. Hello.
Hey, what's going on? So yeah,
Anything specific you wanted to discuss?
just I'm in Norse paganism. That's what I study, and I go through the same stuff but with the Christians and stuff like that.
Oh, as far as Norse paganism goes, I don't give it much credit. I respect Norse paganism more than I respect Christianity, because Norse pagans aren't knocking on my door at 10 o'clock in the fucking morning. And they're not trying to write laws based on their religion.
No.
And they're not, they're not creating a society of sexual prudes like Christianity does. But Norse paganism still makes claims that it cannot provide evidence for. And as far as modern paganism goes, until people start sacrificing animals and other people to the gods, nobody is a pagan.
No, I mean, over time things have changed and stuff like that, but
Original pagan religions were warmongering tribes.
Yeah.
Their gods demanded that they fight wars and battle, and they sacrificed each other to gods to have victory in battle. They were very murderous in their sense of faith in their gods.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that that's a better thought process.
I guess to sum it up is basically all of my gods, just like the Greek and Romans, they had certain gods of war. But in the Norse pagan, every god is a god of war, basically.
That's not I don't know that that's a healthy frame of mind.
No, I wouldn't say it's healthy or unhealthy. It's just kind of like me. I see it as preparing for whatever. Always, pretty much watch your own back, because there ain't no one else going to do it for you.
Well, here's where I stand on beliefs. I think that if we as human beings would stop wasting our time with invisible gods we cannot prove exist, and instead had that same love, trust, and faith in each other, we wouldn't have nearly as many problems as we have.
No, and you're right about that. I don't know if you're familiar with how let me say it this way. With Norse paganism, there's 3 different clans, or what's the word I'm looking for? You got Asatru, Odinist, and Wotanist. One's more for the Asir, one's more political, and one's more radical. I forgot where I was going with this. Shadow, forgot my train of thought.
I'm sorry about that.
No, you're good.
But I mean, as far as it goes from a political and moral standpoint, I will give Norse pagans a hell of a lot more credit than I give Muslims or Christians.
I mean,
or Jews.
Over in Iceland, they still read the Eddas, and they still go go by the Viking law. Some of them.
Smaller villages.
I think you might be right about small villages, but I could have sworn I read somewhere where it's like the whole country does it.
No, it's possible. I've never been there. I couldn't really comment on it.
Yeah. But
Hey, brother, hey, I appreciate you jumping on and talking with me for a minute.
no problem.
You take it easy, man. We'll move on to another guy.
All right, let's go.
I have read the Bible. Thank you. Multiple times. Yes, Satanic Temple.
We had a disconnect. Let's go with.
Good morning, or afternoon, or evening. Hall.
Oh, hey, I'm sorry. I didn't
Alan. Sorry, Alan.
Yeah.
The last of that, Alan. How's it going, man?
Going good, man. What's your issues with Christians, man?
Where do you want me to excuse me, where do you want me to start?
Wherever, man. It's, you're live.
Let's see. Anti-science, anti-education, anti-women's rights, anti-gay rights. Anti-common sense. Hypocrites that say one thing and do another. Their history, which is literally bathed in the blood of the innocent. Christianity is not popular today because it's true. Christianity is popular today because at one point it was made law, and if you didn't convert, you were put to death. The Christian church killed philosophical and natural scientists that postulated the earth was round and that we were not the center of the universe. Every single time the Christian church is in charge of anything, it fucks the pooch. Every single time. 2 inquisitions, Dark Ages, the Crusades, Salem witch trials, the justification for slavery in the United States, the justification for Jim Crow laws, the justification to prevent women from voting and owning property, purity culture. I mean, I can keep going, I guess.
It seems like you're blaming a lot of like things humans do on
No, I'm blaming what the
Christian
religion.
Bible.
I'm blaming what the religion inspires people to do.
Yeah, but I mean the 10 Commandments say don't kill. So I mean obviously people are lost.
And yet God commands it in the Bible multiple times.
Yeah, for I mean political reasons, I suppose. He is in charge.
No, because
and sometimes he has to.
He commands the death of
decisions.
He commands the death of the Midianites because they pissed him off.
Yeah, they were not without cause. They were
That was definitely without cause. Is there any other way? Wait. Is there any other way God could have handled that situation in the Bible that would have been better?
Well, I mean, the Bible is a true story.
God.
War does happen.
Hold on. All-knowing, all-powerful God, and his only answer to fix a problem is to just destroy it.
I mean, do you agree with war?
No, not usually. If there's a way to fix a problem, I would rather
like
take
the extermination of Nazis. Was that justified?
Slow your roll. Do children in Nazi Germany deserve to be slaughtered?
No.
Okay, then why were the Midianite children slaughtered? That's the part Christians like to conveniently skip over the top of. Is that in the Old Testament, their God just wipes out children wholesale?
Was it the people or was it
Repeatedly?
God himself? You know?
It was God's commandment. And yes, on a couple of occasions, it was God himself. When God sent death to the Egypts because he hardened the Pharaoh's heart and told the people, the Israelites, to put lamb's blood on their doors so that the spirit of death would know which children to take and which ones not to take. And then God commanded the spirit of death to take the firstborn children of the Egyptians.
Well, yeah, they were battling sorcery at the time. It was a battle between sorcery and the power of God.
That's not what the Bible depicts it as. The Bible depicts it as visiting the plagues on the Pharaoh for not releasing the Israelites. That had nothing to do with sorcery.
Egypt was a powerful place. I mean, there were sorcerers at the time. You know, Egypt was.
Okay, fine. Let's say they were practicing heresy. So fucking what?
It's because of the fact they had power over people that they felt that enslaving an entire race of people and treating them like animals was justified. Because they were royalty and had the magic of gods.
First off, Exodus never actually happened. From a historical record, it's just a fucking story. It never happened in history. Egyptians never had Hebrew slaves, especially not to that degree or that number. Secondly, my question stands. Is it appropriate for a cop to kill a suspect who's running away? No weapon, unarmed, but just runs away. Is it okay for a cop to shoot that fucker in the back?
No.
No, right. There's going to be a better solution, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, infinite, all-knowing, all-powerful God can't fix a problem without slaughtering people?
When it comes to a nation, like I mean these these are questions you got to take up with him, man.
These are questions that I ask people who haven't thought about it.
I don't question his judgment. You know, he lifts people up. He brings nations down.
He justifies rape.
That's what he does.
He justifies rape.
Egypt was a terrible time. They sacrificed children to their gods.
As if Israelites weren't doing the same thing. Anyway,
says when? When did they sacrifice?
You don't think early Israelite tribes didn't sacrifice people? You do realize that Israel started out as a polytheistic group of tribes of people. It had nothing to do with your God specifically.
Where do you get the
original Israel tribes followed what was known as the Torah. Your Old Testament is just a fucking plagiarism of the Torah. And their gods were El Elyon, the creator god, his wife Asherah. They had 70 children.
Oh, okay, you go by those texts.
No, that's the original Israelite religion. That's the Jewish religion before Christianity existed.
Yeah, I see how like the original Mesopotamian gods got kind of mixed up in the telephone game throughout history. But
yeah, that's how they ended up with Yahweh.
The first commandment that there is only one God.
Yeah, but that's how they ended up with Yahweh, which is the Christian God. Yahweh was originally one of the 70 gods of Israel, the Canaanite pantheon. Somewhere along the line, Yahweh took the place of El Elyon.
Okay, so you don't believe in a God at all?
No, I don't. I don't have a good reason to. There's no evidence to support the existence of a God.
Not even the Jewish people?
No God. Circumcision is genital mutilation, and it's disgusting. And by the way, it makes no goddamn sense. If we are created in God's image, suddenly God wants to snip off the end of our dicks. Why didn't God just create us without that? Why didn't God just create us without the extra skin?
Maybe for proof.
Proof of what?
A covenant. I mean, it's Yeah, it proves the right.
Then your God is an incompetent fucking idiot.
And you're much smarter than God.
I absolutely am. I could have built a much better, more equitable, and fairer system than your God.
You don't even know who to vote for this election, man.
Who the fuck cares? What the hell does politics have to do with it?
I mean, you're claiming you're all like intelligent, you're like a Satanist, and you don't even believe in I bet you don't even believe in the supernatural, huh?
No, I don't.
No demons, no ghosts,
No. I feel like when a human being makes a mistake, it's the human being's fault. And the only way to rectify that fucking mistake is to fix the wrongs. So if you hurt somebody, you apologize. You try to do what you can to make amends to that person that you hurt. You don't get to just pawn your fucking problems off on an invisible sky daddy.
Yeah, you got to feel bad about it.
Yeah, you do.
Repentance.
No, you don't get repentance from vicarious redemption. You get repentance by asking for forgiveness from the people you hurt or harmed.
It's called being born again.
No.
It happens every day.
It's called
not every day, but throughout our lives.
It's called obfuscating your responsibility. If you can just sit in a dark corner and pray, that means you don't have to go talk to the person you hurt. You can avoid them and just get forgiveness from this invisible thing. You don't have to confront your own responsibility. Vicarious redemption is very much not a moral thing. Neither is human sacrifice. Also, not a moral thing. Sorry, your God claims to be all-knowing, and yet he still created mankind knowing what would happen. He created me, apparently, knowing full well that I would be an atheist.
No, I mean, it's the way we grow up, it's the state of...
No, it's not the... Yeah, well, yeah, that has a huge part of it. But guess what?
We're born peaceful babies in the image of God.
We're born atheists, for starters. We are born atheists, for starters. We are
But you're born with a faith of peace and loving one another, I mean, I guess maybe the exception of some people, they're just born sick or something.
No. We are all born with implicit bias and the ability to serve prejudice. But that's stuff that you learn to get past with maturity. When you grow from a child to an adult, you recognize your bias and you try to correct it, because we have to get along in a society. And if if all of your judgments and decisions come from a biased perspective, then you're just, trying to swim upstream.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that you're taught. It's not something you really learn unless you were, I guess, had no parents growing up. Then I guess I could see why you're bitter. But
I'm not bitter.
You sound kind of angry.
Well, not angry at all. I mean, you can think that way, but I'm not. This is my personality. This is how I behave all the time. I just came off of a bowling league this evening. I have friends who know me and recognize that I'm not an angry person. This is just who I am. The only people who seem to think I'm angry are Christians when I question their beliefs. You're the only people that think I'm angry. I've never been accused of that by anybody else.
You just seem to have a lot of hate towards Christians, and they're good people.
I don't hate any Christians.
They just say, love each other, be good
people.
Don't. And
this no, is the they do not.
Have faith in a God
they do not. That is a bold-faced ass lie, and you should know better. The last things Christians actually give a fuck about is peace, harmony, and caring about each other.
I mean, there's the zealous ones, the American too.
Christians are obsessed with who you're allowed to have sex with, in what position you're allowed to have sex, whether or not you're allowed to have sex based on whether or not you're married. All of this bullshit. Christians are the worst at minding their own goddamn business and just letting people live their lives. Your religion has literally convinced you that if people don't follow your religion, then they're the enemy. That the only outcome is that you are the good guy and everybody else is the bad guy. Your religion doesn't account for nuance, the gray area between right and wrong. It makes claims that it cannot support, that it cannot prove, and it does real harm to people. Take abortion, for instance. By and large, the anti-abortion movement, the pro-life movement, is Christian. Here are some of the consequences you will see in the first 2 years if the Supreme Court guts Roe v. Wade. 1, infant mortality will go through the roof. 2, female suicides will go through the roof. 3, domestic abuse situations will rise like astronomically. 4, we will flood an already flooded adoption and foster care system that barely functions. And 5, poverty in this country will literally skyrocket. Those are going to be just 5 of the immediate consequences to Christians sticking their nose in other people's business where it doesn't belong. Because you're trying to dictate how other people live. There is no such thing as Christian acceptance of peace and happiness when you literally use your religion to vote.
Yeah, well,
You don't
I don't know.
live.
I hardly see any Christian households, healthy Christian households that are in these situations, just because, they're, I guess they're
No, you're
smarter
not
about
paying
things.
close enough attention. Do you know who got Roe v. Wade passed in 1970? Was it 271? Do you know who did that? Who pushed hardest for it?
I want to say like
Catholic,
some pastor, but
Catholic, Lutheran, and Baptist churches. The organizations were the ones that supported Roe v. Wade. The same organizations today that are fighting against it are the exact same organizations that fought in favor of it.
yeah. I mean, I could get it, man. It's kind of fucked up to kill children and, not take care of
They're
your
not
body
children.
and put yourself in messed up situations.
They are not children. They are a clump of fucking cells. A child is born. And by the way, he left. Just so everybody in the live knows, the Bible defines the beginning of life at first breath. Literally says it right in the Bible. Life begins at first breath. That's when Christians thought that the spirit entered the body because the spirit was in the air. First breath. But if you can't argue your case, don't go on my live with me. All right, so we have Ziomara waiting for 18 minutes.
Hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. Okay, so I kind of just have some questions, I guess. So,
Ask
like,
away.
my background, I grew up Christian and I was consistently Christian up until about a year ago. And I've kind of looked into like other religions just to see like which one suits me and my beliefs best.
All right, hold on just a quick second. You're coming in a little bit muffled. Is there a way we can get you a little bit louder or clear your voice up a little bit?
Yeah, hold on. Let me take my AirPods out. Okay, is that better?
That's much better. What are your questions?
Okay. So kind of just tell me about your religion, like if someone didn't know anything about it, just, yeah.
All right. My religion is the Satanic Temple. Now, we are a non-theistic religion, which means we do not worship a deity of any kind. We do not believe in anything supernatural. We are a group of atheists that are by and large more or less a civil rights organization that uses Satan metaphorically as a symbol To be honest, because it pisses Christians off, more or less. It gets them to pay attention when otherwise they wouldn't. So, like, let's say a Christian organization is doing something that violates the First Amendment, separation of church and state.
Mm-hmm.
If a group of atheists, hey, we're the local chapter of atheist whatever, were to protest against it, nothing would get done. It wouldn't change the outcome. It wouldn't change the result. The Christians would still continue to violate that church and state separation. But if we come in as Satanists, using their own theology against them, they are forced to then back off of that line between the separation of church and state because they don't want us there.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, but we also have our 7 fundamental tenets, and I will read these very quickly. Excuse me. Number 1, one should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. Number 2, the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. 3, one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. 4, the freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. 5, beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. 6, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. 7, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the spoken word. And that's what Satanists, the members of the Satanic Temple, believe in.
Okay, yeah, that definitely makes sense. So is there a difference between Satanism and like being atheist,
Well, not really. Even members of the Satanic Church, which is a different organization, are technically atheist. A few of them believe in some supernatural here and there, like astrology and tarot cards and goofy shit like that. But by and large, being a Satanist is just being an atheist.
Yeah.
And something else to keep in mind. There has never in the history of our species ever been a satanic death cult. The only death
I feel
cult
like there's
that have
definitely a
ever
lot of
existed.
stigma around this religion, which is why
Well,
I
right.
really wanted to just kind of like get a
It's a lot.
clear understanding of it for my own.
It started in the late 70s, early 80s. It was called the Satanic Panic. I mean, I'm sure it started before that, Salem witch trials, all that kind of goofy shit.
Yeah.
But it's Satanism as it's been represented in the past 20 years up to more recently. You're right. It has that stigma, but it's unfounded. Literally all of that is based on bullshit rumors and nonsense. It's stuff that Christians made up to strike fear in the hearts of people. There have been vastly more Christian death cults than there has ever been, even an individual Satanist that was into death.
No, yeah, for sure.
And it's a pretty cool group of people. On social media, you get to meet with people. They set up. We do coffee dates. We go out for drinks on occasion. I haven't been able to attend for a lot of reasons. I have a lot of health issues and stuff, so it's difficult for me to go anywhere when it comes to that kind of stuff. But it's a really cool group of people.
Yeah.
And we fight for women's rights. One of the other things we stand against, or we're trying to, that we kind of rally on, is corporal punishment. We're trying to stop people from beating their fucking kids. That kind of shit.
So I'm like almost completely unfamiliar with this. So do you guys have like a quote unquote like Bible per se, or like a book that I know a
Yes
lot of
and
religions
no.
do.
I've never really studied the Satanic Bible, and I could give a fuck less about it. But that's to each individual Satanist. I have a friend
Mm-hmm.
here on TikTok who is a romantic Satanist, and he does have a Satanic Bible and he reads it. I don't know anything about it.
Okay. Well, thank you. That clears up
You're
a
really
lot. I'll
welcome.
definitely look into it more.
Yeah. If you want, you can go to the Satanic Temple website, and they have an
Mm-hmm.
About Us section. You go read that, and it tells you everything you need to know. And there's also hold on, there's trying to remember. There is a Satanic TV channel website. I can't remember the name of it. You might want to search Satanic TV or something like that. And there is a documentary on Hulu called Hail Satan. If you go and you watch that, it gives you a pretty good preview of what we do and why.
Mm-hmm. So I've kind of heard that like a lot of people think that like Satanism is like worshiping the devil, but it's more of like worshiping yourself, correct?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
absolutely true. To us, the
Okay.
devil and Satan aren't the same character. When it
Oh,
comes
really?
to members of the Satanic Temple, we have a much more nuanced understanding of the Christian religion itself. We understand it not just from the perspective of the Bible, but we
Mm-hmm.
understand it from the perspective of archaeology and anthropology and biblical scholars. So, like, we go back to rule number 7 in the Satanic in the 7 fundamental tenets.
Mm-hmm.
One's beliefs should conform to one's best scientific evidence, right?
Yeah.
So, from an archaeological, anthropological, and biblical scholar standpoint, Satan is just an old word that means adversary. It doesn't speak to a specific character, even in the Bible.
Yeah.
The devil is a specific character that is an agent of Yahweh. The devil only does anything when Yahweh gives the devil permission to do so. So in, like, for instance, Job's family, when the devil goes to kill Job's family, he asks for God's permission first.
Mm-hmm.
And God grants him permission. And then Lucifer isn't even remotely related to the devil or Satan. Lucifer is actually a demigod, the same as Yahweh. They're actually brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, they each have their own function, right? Yahweh is like a storm deity or some goofy shit, and Lucifer was the morning light. He's the god of the morning light. Lucifer is not inherently evil. I mean, all of this stuff it's a really bad game of telephone, and you can track the changes over time. First century Christians didn't believe in hell. There's a
Yeah.
lot. There's a lot about this that Christians themselves don't understand, because their only source is the Bible. They don't literally, they do not take account the geopolitics of the time, the societal standards of the time, the archaeological evidence that we've discovered, the anthropological evidence of that, and also nearly, I don't know any. Well, I've known a few, but most Christians do not read the Bible in its entirety. They go to church, they listen to a dude talk, and that's all they know. They don't know anything else about the
Yeah.
Bible.
I was like a very tight-knit Christian for I'd say at least 10 years, and I can't even remember a single time I've picked up a Bible and genuinely like read the scripture and tried to like, decipher the meaning and even today like I'm seeing a lot of misconceptions about it that I didn't even think about before. So, yeah.
Well, as an atheist, I highly recommend that you actually sit down and read it. It'll take you over a year because it's boring, it's drudgery, it's bullshit. But if you read like one book at a time and then like take notes, write down your thought. You read this passage. This passage says A, B, and C, and then you go and you write down your thoughts in a notebook about that passage. If it strikes you, if there's something about it that you disagree with, or if there's something about it that you in fact do agree with, write down your thoughts about that, and it'll give you a very powerful basis for understanding the Bible itself.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'm going to
Thank
warn
you.
you, there are triggering things in the Bible. The Christian God very much condones sexual assault, very much condones slavery. You're going to start in Genesis. I guarantee by the time you get to Leviticus, your stomach will be in a knot.
Mhm.
It's that way for me. I did it when I was 14 for the first time. I read the Bible and it twisted me up.
Yeah, I
And I
find
tried it.
that people kind of pick and choose different scriptures and verses, and I've entirely never genuinely heard, like, I guess the dark side of it, but I will
Yeah,
definitely look into that.
Christians will absolutely tend to avoid the darker positions of the Bible. They don't want to look at their God in that light. They don't want to, for whatever reason, human beings hate admitting when they're wrong, or even that they could possibly be wrong. I spent
Mhm.
literally 3/4 to this day. I'll admit when I'm wrong. But yeah, Deuteronomy, God condones sexual assault. In Exodus, God condones slavery. Multiple partitions of the Bible condone slavery. Leviticus, no, not Ezekiel. What's the one in the Old Testament or in the New Testament? Ephesians.
Mhm.
God condones slavery in Ephesians. Actually, Jesus technically condones slavery in Ephesians.
Yeah.
So I mean, like I said, I highly recommend that you sit down and read the Bible. It's going to bore the fucking piss out of you, but is one of the best educations you can get. I mean, it's literature. Literature, learning to read and understand what you're reading is literally the best education you can have.
Mhm.
So that's why I said, like, take notes, write down your thoughts.
Yeah. Okay. I will definitely do that. Thank you. This was very insightful.
You're very welcome, and thank you for being so cool. And I mean, I love the questions. That's awesome that you're asking questions. That's like the first step to all of this.
Mhm. Yeah.
Well,
Well,
thank you
have
so
a
much, dear. You have a good
good
night.
rest of your life.
Thank you so much. Oh, Thorsbro,
Hello.
how's it going, man?
Oh, it's going great. I've been waiting to talk to somebody on one of these lives because I love the stuff that people be talking about, and just looking at the comment section it's hilarious.
It's a
Um,
goddamn nightmare. It's seriously a fucking nightmare half the time.
it really
Like
is.
when I can literally give you the book and chapter and verse where God condones slavery, and people will still fucking deny it.
Look, I grew up in a Christian household. I'm sorry, I'm moving to better light right now. But I grew up in actually a Seventh-day Adventist household, so almost as bad as the Catholics.
That's a little extreme. Some of
And
them
so,
seventh days, man, you fucking damn. That's very much cult mentality.
yeah. And so, like, for the first 10 years of my life, everything was about God and the Bible and everything. And, you were just talking about reading the Bible. And I remember one time I took my little Bible and I picked it up. And it took me like 3 years to read it. And so by the
Yeah.
time I was 10, I had a better understanding. And I just kind of denounced Christianity and started looking at other religions. And that leads me to the question that I wanted to ask you.
Shoot.
How did you come to the belief that there is no higher power?
I don't have any evidence to support it. I don't make the claim that there isn't one. Because if I'm going to make a positive claim about the reality of nature, then I'm going to have to provide evidence for that claim. It's never I can't say never. There are some atheists who don't understand the burden of proof, and they will claim there is no God.
that's not my position. I'm an agnostic atheist, which means I neither
Okay.
know, I don't know whether or not there's a God, but I'm not convinced that there is due to insufficient evidence.
Okay. It's because I spent about a year and a half as an atheist, like trying to, leave a higher power behind, and I just couldn't do it.
Well, I mean,
And
you
then,
got to understand something about religion. You were literally brainwashed. No, I'm not even remotely kidding. I'm serious. Like, if you don't believe me, go back and find the movie Jesus Camp and watch that shit. Look at what they do to children.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Because when I hit high school, about sophomore year, I just started doing, theology research, and it stumbled upon, it led me to alchemy, which I've kind of
You take
applied
this the
my
wrong
own.
way, man, but alchemy is bullshit.
Well, I do the science part of it,
Yeah, so did Isaac Newton, and he got absolutely nowhere with it. You cannot change one element into another.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's just the Emerald Tablet of Thoth is pretty much what kept me to it, and I've kind of applied my own bias to it. I'll admit that. And so, a lot of my friends who are Christian, they ask, "Do I believe in a higher power?" And I'll go, "Yeah," but I believe that higher power is the universe itself. And we, being the universe, are
We are the
power.
universe.
Yeah.
We
And
are the universe. We're literally, our bodies, the minerals and chemicals that make up our bodies are exactly what came out of the guts of an exploded star.
Yeah. And I've always explained it like we are the universe experiencing itself.
Yep.
And so in that, the universe has consciousness, it knows what it's doing.
Which is why Satanists, we worship ourselves as an entity that experiences the universe, made from the universe.
And listening to you talk, it's been like really interesting, because I've never actually had a conversation with a Satanist. It's always been Christians. And I remember I had this argument with this one dude when I was working at Amazon, and he said, and he was a hardcore Christian, but he said he believed in microevolution but not macroevolution.
Yeah, that's a sorry-ass Christian apologetic. Scientists don't refer to evolution that way. Only Christians do.
And like, trying to keep things in a way that he'd understand, I told him, I was like, microevolution would eventually lead to macro. It would lead to just regular evolution.
Small changes in allele frequencies over time lead to mutations, which lead to greater changes.
Yeah. And it was just, it was crazy, because the more and more I talk to Christians, the more and more I see that, they really haven't read any of the books, any of the versions of the Bible.
No, they haven't. It's lazy. One of the biggest pet peeves I have with religion is that it inspires ignorance. And what I mean by that is it's lazy thinking is what it comes down to. I don't have to understand the mechanics of how something works. I can just claim that God did it and I don't have to worry about it. But that doesn't get us anywhere. It doesn't answer questions. It's very black and white thinking. They want life to be simple. It's evil versus good, black versus white, yes versus no. And they don't account at all for nuance, because life is full of fucking nuance.
Yeah. And see, my girlfriend, she's a Norse pagan, and she always explained to me the stories that the Norse have as just stories they told the children because they wouldn't understand what was actually going on yet, especially in modern Norse paganism, And later on, you tell them what's really going on, so that they understand. It's kind of like the Santa Claus, you tell kids Santa's real until he's not,
Yeah.
And that's how she always explained it to me. And it's been a journey,
I mean, it's a journey for everybody. Everybody's got to come to this on their own. You can't convince people of anything. They become convinced on their own. And we honestly don't even choose our beliefs. You cannot choose to become convinced or not convinced of something. Your brain doesn't work that way.
Yeah. I just saw somebody in the comments comment, I'll pray for y'all.
They do that a lot. Thinking that that's going to have any effect at all whatsoever. It doesn't. They're wasting their breath. And honestly, by announcing it, they're just being hypocrites.
Now, the one thing that I know we will completely differ on is I don't know if I can call it spirituality, but I guess it would be. But the use of spiritual energy.
Well, we would have to demonstrate that spiritual energy actually exists. And then we would, have to go from there. But we've never, ever demonstrated that anything like that actually exists.
And that's the tough part for me, because I don't know what, I can't give any evidence on what I experienced while doing it, but I had this friend who came down from China, and he was, a Buddhist monk, and he did all this meditation stuff, and I did it with him. And in doing that, I don't know if it was mind over matter or actual spiritual energy, but a lot of stuff that was wrong with me kind of started healing,
Right. So
I stopped having knee problems, back problems.
I can explain it because I experienced that kind of shit also. Has nothing to do with spirituality, has nothing to do with a god, nothing magical or mystical. When I go on a motorcycle ride, I experience that clarity of mind. When I go to the gun range, I experience that clarity of mind. It's different for everybody. We all find that clarity of mind in our own way. But nothing about that is supernatural. Meditation by itself has been proven to have known benefits because it's a method by which we clear the garbage out of our head, the day-to-day grind, the emotional baggage, the bullshit. We clear it out and we make room for new shit. And when you do that, it's a huge stress relief. But you're releasing things like oxytocin and other chemicals in your brain that make you feel better and give you this opportunity to rethink decisions in life.
Yeah. The way he explained it to me, I guess it made me feel better about it, because he had this way of explaining it that was pseudo-scientific. He was talking about how everything has energy, right? The earth is moving, we're moving, stuff is moving through us.
The definition of energy is motion, essentially.
Yeah. And so basically what he was saying was, you're taking, energy from the earth and taking it from yourself, and you're basically replacing things. You're recycling energy.
Yeah.
And so that's also what
you're not really recycling energy. Like, that's not, again, you are describing energy in a way that we've never discovered it. You're not recycling any form of energy. You are, like I said, you're clearing out your thoughts. You're taking the time. So, like, think about your day to day. You go through the day, you're making decisions about what it is you got to get done. You're constantly moving and going, and you're never taking a moment to breathe and think. When you finally do, take a moment to stop, put your body at rest, and think about the things that are going on during your day. You're coming at it clarity. You're coming at it from a point of clarity, where otherwise you're just going through the monotonous motions of life. You're not giving it any thought. Like when I'm driving my car, I don't think about driving. I've been doing it for so long that
it just kind of happens.
It's second nature.
Yeah.
And that's kind of how we go through our day to day. But when you take that moment to stop and you start to think, you actually allow your brain to wander and you're conscious of it, you're going to find that you're going to create answers where you weren't thinking of them before.
Yeah. I completely agree with you on that note. I think the reason, because younger me kind of accepted that. And I think the reason that I did is because of how my view on science is. There's a lot of stuff we don't know. We can't really prove a lot of the stuff that we don't know, but we know it works.
Yet.
Yeah. Yet. And so I basically, younger me kind of basically conjured it up to it's like quantum mechanics with science.
Well, something to keep in mind. Something to keep in mind is just because science doesn't know something does not mean we get to just assert whatever magical belief into that gap that we want. So we know that the Big Bang happened. Microwave radiation background, redshift, we understand that the Big Bang happened. We do not know what caused the Big Bang to happen. And so a lot of, in fact, almost and nearly all religious claims involve a intelligence behind the beginning of the Big Bang, but they have no evidence for that. They're making that claim on an assumption based on their personal bias.
Yeah. And that's why I started by saying that I do have my own personal biases, and I've kind of applied that to my life because
I try to limit my personal bias. I try to recognize my personal bias as a roadblock to understanding reality and what is true. Adding my bias means I'm not finding the truth. It just means I'm living in a vacuum, an echo chamber.
The reason I've been okay with applying my bias, it's certain biases, is because I understand that there's a difference between reality and my bias. And if my bias gets disproven by reality, then I'm willing to accept that I was wrong.
I would just remove my bias from the equation altogether. Try to come at everything from a neutral position. So, Christians think that atheists are the opposite of them. We aren't. We are not the opposite of a Christian. We are not the opposite of a religious person. Being an atheist is the neutral position. If I was to say I'm an anti-theist, then I would be the opposite of a theist. But I'm an atheist, which means I am the neutral position. I do not know, but I am not convinced that there is a God. That's neutral. And that's how everybody should be. Everybody should be from a neutral position, looking at claims made, and then deciding on those claims when there's evidence either for or against those claims.
Yeah. I agree with that. But, my view on the whole religion thing is that some people, and I've seen this in my own family, some people just kind of need it.
It's kind of like I view religion the same way I view drug and alcohol addiction. Okay. Some people just cannot accept reality for what it is, and they need something else to get through it. And I don't have a problem with that. I don't care what people's beliefs are. People are allowed to have them. My issue arises when they use those beliefs as a weapon against others.
Yeah. And that's why I love, like, when people are able to have these conversations. And I started having them a lot after I went down the spiral of theology. And everyone that I've met, except for family, has been super open to these conversations. I might not have changed their mind, but at least I got them to think about it.
Well, that's the bonus, right? That's one of the things I love about doing this. I love going live. I love having these conversations because it forces you to think.
Yeah. Yeah. And
so, like, here's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. There's a guy in the comment section, Matthew Lucas, who said, "Trust in God, not your own understanding." That is 100% sheer ignorance. Yeah. Blind faith is one of the most dangerous things that human beings do. And it's not healthy. That's not healthy. That's a bad fucking idea. If we didn't question reality, if we didn't push ourselves to learn more about the reality of nature, we wouldn't have medicine, we wouldn't have cars, we wouldn't have cell phones, we wouldn't have anything. We wouldn't have homes, clothes, nothing that we have today. Yeah. We would have no understanding of our reality, period.
Yeah. This one guy in the comments said, I'm not sure if it's the same guy you were talking about, but they said, life makes no sense without God. And
life makes perfect sense without God.
Yeah, I was thinking I can take every religion out of life and it still makes sense.
Yeah. The purpose of life is to give life purpose. I do not derive my purpose in life from an authority figure.
Yeah.
It is asinine.
And, my girlfriend, she's the same way. She believes in the Norse gods, but she doesn't derive her purpose from them.
Good.
Yeah.
Good.
And I've just kind of stuck with the whole universe thing.
Well, I mean, keep you're asking the right fucking questions, brother. I mean, keep going down that road. I'm sorry to tell you that eventually it will lead you to being an atheist. Eventually, that's how it goes, man.
Probably.
I have met I've met so many former Christians that went down that road. They left Christianity and they stepped into Wiccan, and then they left Wiccan and they stepped into paganism, and then they left paganism and they were just spiritual. And eventually, it just, the arguments, the science, the history, it just kind of beats you down to the point where you're just going to end up being an atheist. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being an atheist.
And I think it's just, I haven't accepted the term of being an atheist because, yes, I agree that the universe is us. We are the universe. And so we can worship ourselves. But I also believe that the universe in and of itself is said higher power. There was no intelligence.
I mean, that we can't prove that the universe is intelligent. There's no evidence to support that claim.
Yeah. Well, the piece of evidence that I was going with was one of my teachers. He said that us being intelligent and being the universe makes the universe intelligent.
Right, but not from the same perspective as a higher power.
Yeah, not from the same perspective as a higher power, which I was going to get into. Like, there was no intelligence before the Big Bang or when the Big Bang happened. It was only when intelligent life happened that the universe ascended to higher power status.
Well, I don't see the need for a higher power anyway. I think it distracts from us treating each other with respect.
Yeah, I don't use it in that term. It's just kind of been hard for me not to believe in a higher power. For the last 5 years,
well,
I've been...
Again, you were indoctrinated, you were brainwashed from childhood. It's not going to be an easy road, considering that from an evolutionary standpoint, our brains are geared towards emotion. We are still under the influence of emotional instinct. And it's very, very, very difficult to overcome that.
Yeah, 100%.
Because it is ingrained in what we are. We are an evolved mammalian species. And we are only 300,000 years old. And these conversations, by and large, have only been existing for, well, I mean, they've probably been existing since before we started writing shit down, but to this degree, where we are really questioning the powers that be, only, in the last 70 fucking years.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's going to take a while for, evolution to catch up with how we think, with how the kind of foods we eat now, and our civilization will probably change again before evolution can catch up, because evolution is a very, 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 very slow moving process that takes millions of years.
Yeah.
Well, hey, brother, man, I thank you for hanging out and chatting with me. I really appreciate it.
It was nice talking to you.
You have a good night, man.
You too.
So I noticed earlier somebody had mentioned in the comments that atheism requires faith. No, it doesn't. You fundamentally do not understand what the word faith means. It means believing in something without evidence. As an atheist, my whole entire fucking worldview is...
For those of you who don't know, I tend to go in order for the people who have been waiting. The people who have been waiting the longest are going to get first dibs. So how's it going, Josh?
Good. How are you doing?
Oh, man, full of joy.
I forgot originally what my original question was, but I do want to say I appreciate your lives.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I do try to, I would be going live more often if Christians would stop getting me banned.
It's what I appreciate about you is that you really understand the Bible and you can throw it back at them. And
well, I try to I'm trying to learn more about it. If I had the money and if I was in a better place, I would probably go to school for biblical theology alongside of like anthropology. But I'm limited in my ability to learn what I can. So a lot of what I learn comes from biblical scholars that I see on social media, articles that are written, that kind of stuff.
Nice. So I joined TST.
Oh, welcome, brother. What inspired you to join the TST?
Probably there's just a lot of really level-minded people in it. That has drawn me in. I got caught up in a little bit of drama, and that was a little bit discouraging, but it just kind of helped me make a decision as to what church I want to go to.
Yeah. So. Well, with any group of people, there's going to be drama. There's always, one or two people that's going to have some kind of misunderstanding, and it becomes a he said, she said. And, typically when some people, when they fuck up and make a mistake, they don't like to admit to it or own up to it. So it's always, I mean, that's any circle of human beings. None of us are perfect. So, I mean, I'm glad you joined though. Congratulations and welcome.
Thank you. All right. Take care, buddy.
Hey, you too, man. Take it easy.
All right. We have 2 other guest requests. Let's go. Richard, sorry, your God's greatest achievement was convincing people he wasn't an evil piece of shit. Sorry, what's this comment here? What selfish thing did you want that God to cause you to hate God? Beach, your name there. Beach, I didn't leave your religion because of my selfish reasons. I left your religion because your God is a disgusting character in the Bible, as described in the Old Testament. He indiscriminately just murders people, including children. He condones rape and slavery and genocide and infanticide. And it's just such a nonsense thing to believe.
Yay! I'm so excited. I'm so excited
How's it going, brother?
to be on your live.
That's great. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm very happy. I'm great. I'm ready to have a real conversation. You're a pretty honest dude, so I'm gonna hold you to that standard of honesty.
Let's get
I
it.
love that you know the scripture, and I would love to talk about it, but I don't want to start there. I want to kind of understand where you're coming from, because I was once an atheist. I was raised Roman Catholic, and I was like, nah, this stuff is, something was wrong. You know, I saw the priest touching kids and not being able to answer simple questions about their faith and all of that other stuff. So, you know, I was like, this is foolishness. And for about a period of 5 years, go ahead.
To get off, to just kind of start really quickly. When somebody tells me they used to be an atheist, but now they're a Christian again, I always hesitate. The reason I hesitate is because I'm not sure that they understand what an atheist is. I think that they're misunderstanding the definition of atheism.
Okay, so what is your definition of atheism?
My definition of atheism is I am not convinced of God claims due to insufficient evidence. It's not that I don't think there's a God. That's not that I don't think there's a God. I'm just not convinced.
Because, okay, so you believe that there is insufficient evidence to affirm that God does exist, correct?
Exactly.
So,
but I'm also agnostic.
Okay, so
I don't know if there's not a God.
I personally believe that agnostic atheist is a paradox, right? Because atheism, well, this is my opinion, so I want to express that, and then we can disagree there. Because agnostic, from my understanding, means, hey, I don't know. And then atheist is making the claim of, well, we can't know, or we're not going to know. That's
no
affirming
that's
something.
that's not the atheist position.
Okay, that's fine. And I'm glad we've cleared up terms, so I understand where you're coming from.
It's just a rejection of it's a rejection of God claims due to insufficient evidence. It's
okay, that's fair.
Simply a lack of belief or being convinced.
That's fair. Okay, so why exactly? Okay, so first question is, were you raised Christian?
Yes.
What kind of Christian were you raised? I know there's a whole bunch of denominations. What kind?
Methodist.
Okay, Methodist. Okay, that's fair. So what caused you to walk away from that?
I read the Bible.
Okay, and what parts of the Bible did you have a problem with?
The creation story, too magical, too nonsensical. Nothing about reality in my life, even up to the point where I was 14 years old, would ever lead me to believe that magic exists. Secondly, morally, I am 100% in opposition to the Christian God.
Okay.
He condones slavery, gives orders by how to own slaves in Exodus, in Leviticus, in Ephesians, to all the way throughout the Bible. He condones slavery. In Deuteronomy, he condones rape. And every single time the Christian God fundamentally runs into a problem, literally of his own creation, his answer is to fucking kill it or wipe it out or kill something. He kills something to solve his problems. This doesn't seem like an intelligent being. This seems like something that would definitely have been made up by early man who was ignorant and didn't know shit about reality.
So I like that you mentioned morality. I think that that's a good place to kind of start. Where do you derive your morality from?
Social norms.
Okay, that's fine. So was Hitler wrong in the Holocaust?
Yes.
Why?
He caused harm.
Well, according to the social norms, it was okay.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
because social norms don't apply. Social norms don't apply to just.
Okay, so because I want to follow your logic. So, does social norms apply to a specific society, or is it a broad thing?
No,
is it
it's
something
a little
that
bit of
applies to
both.
all of humanity, or just a specific group of people?
I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
Morality changes over time. Hold on. Morality changes over time based on culture. Europe, at the time that Hitler was around, was in a lot of ways very similar to America. Under both of these, you can call it moral systems if you want, but under both of these, killing is wrong. We knew that. Torturing people is wrong.
But how do we know
it causes harm? It causes harm.
So is morality determined by what causes harm?
Yes. What is good for our species versus what is bad for our species.
Okay. Okay.
What helps our species grow, what helps our species to reproduce would be good. What hurts our species, diminishes our population, would be bad.
Okay, so that's a great point you're making. And I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but this would lead me to the question of, by your definition of causing harm, would abortion then be something that is moral?
Yeah,
because it's for the advancement of our,
abortion is neither moral nor non-moral. It has nothing to do with morality. The access to healthy access to abortion is moral, if you want to look at it from that perspective, because women have rights to their own autonomy. And that clump of cells does not have a right to use that woman's resources without her consent.
Okay, that's fine. So we're just gonna so according to your definition, you believe that morality is subjective rather than objective, correct?
I think it's subjective. I think it's all subjective, yes, but it leads to it leads to not it. I do not believe in a universal morality, but I do believe in an objective morality, that would be achieved by subjective moral standards. So, for instance, I get my morality from from looking at the reality around me and understanding that my actions have consequences, and that I have no right to force my will upon another person. My right to swing my fist ends at somebody else's nose. I do not get to force my will on others. Morality comes from a consideration of consequences, not an assertion of authority.
So, but this is the thing.
If you and I want to live, I want to live together peacefully, we can't be hurting each other.
Morality appeals to something, right? It appeals to the good for humanity. Can we agree on that?
No.
Morality doesn't appeal to the good for humanity.
That would require an intrinsic morality that doesn't exist.
So you don't think that we intrinsically know what's right and what's wrong?
No, I don't think we do. I think I think that we are taught how to behave.
Okay.
Without education, look, this is why I say that morality is something that evolves over time based on cultures. You go back far enough in history, and it was moral to smash a child's head with a fucking rock because they were sacrificing them to the gods.
So
we don't do that anymore.
Okay, so my opinion for you, my question for you is, was there ever a time where it was acceptable for, and I'm gonna put you in these shoes, I'm gonna put you in a hot seat. If you existed 2,000 years ago, would it be appropriate for you to stick your private parts into a child?
I have no fucking idea. No, I didn't live 2,000 years ago.
Let's just be intellectually honest here.
You are making up. God, no, stop. You are making up a goddamn unnecessary analogy, which is absolutely bullshit.
This is the thing. Any good argument can be taken to its absurdity. So if absolutely.
Wait, stop. if you're asking me if by any standard fucking kids is wrong, then yes, I'm going to say that fucking kids is wrong.
Well, when did that
How
come
would I
about?
stop and let me fucking finish? How in the hell would I know how I would respond to that if I existed 2,000 years ago?
But,
I have no fucking clue.
Okay. So this is the thing. You're an adult male and I'm an adult male, and we can talk to each other respectfully. So I don't appreciate you cursing at me. I'm not going to do that.
I fucking swear all the time. Don't try to fucking gatekeep my language.
I'm not trying to, because are you a good person?
I try to be
a good person.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. I don't think that I'm a good person, but I try to make sure that I'm respecting other people. So if I'm expressing, hey, this
why
is my
don't you
boundary,
think you're a good person?
Respect that.
Why don't you think you're a good person?
Because I lie. I've stolen. Those aren't good things. A lying thief is not a good person.
That doesn't make you a bad. Stop. That doesn't make you a bad person.
Okay, so my question is how many murders do you have to commit to be a murderer?
One. Doesn't make you a bad person.
Right. So you don't think murderers are bad people?
Well, it depends on how it happened. There's a reason why our law separates degrees of murder.
So
First degree,
this is
second
beautiful,
degree.
This is going to tie back into scripture. This is going to tie back into scripture, and yeah.
Come on. There's a reason why in society we give murders a degree. In most states, if just a scenario, a man comes home after a 10-hour, 12-hour hard day at work and finds his wife cheating, and he goes off and murders them both, that is considered a crime of passion. And statistically, sentencing for that is less than a premeditated murder. Or if I'm sitting in my apartment and a person breaks in and threatens me harm and I kill them with my carry conceal weapon and self-defense, is that the same degree of murder as like intentionally murdering somebody? No, it isn't.
Not according to
so
the law.
Murder comes in nuance. It's not as simple as bad and good.
Okay. So when and this is so beautiful because you demonstrating that the law has tiers of murder based off of intention shows that some murders are better or appealing.
Not better. It's still murder.
I said better, like air quotes, because murder's bad in general, but there is a good that we appeal to determine just how bad it really is. That's what the law does. So if we're going to use the law as an example with murder, it says that first, second, and third degree all are based off intentions, and that these intentions progressively get more depraved in a sense. So premeditation would be significantly worse than manslaughter, and I think that we can agree on that. Go ahead.
Is a psychopath a bad person?
No, it's a psychopath. It's a psychological condition. It's not a. But now let's check this out. Check this out. If you say what the psychopath does, then we can appeal to a standard that states, okay, whether this person is a good or bad person.
We can appeal to a standard of their behavior. We cannot appeal to a standard of them.
Okay, so when we look at their behavior, how do we know whether someone has good behavior or bad behavior?
Come on, dude. You know the answer to that question.
I'm asking you. I do know the answer, but I'm asking you.
We both know the answer to that question.
So
we know what good behavior is. We know what good behavior is, and we know what bad behavior is.
How?
Evolution. Social evolution.
So if morality evolves, then your logic says that at some point in time, we could have justified pedophilia. We just don't know.
Yeah, we probably did. During the time of the Bible. Stop.
So
during the time of the Bible.
People
slept with children.
Yes, and and what happened? What happened when people were sleeping with children?
I don't know what you mean.
So this is the beauty of it.
Wait. At the time of the Bible, it was like a norm. People just slept with slave children. It wasn't a punishable thing.
Let's just slow down a little bit and let's discuss the scriptures for what they actually teach. Okay. So in the scriptures, we see God ordering the slaughtering of the Amalekites. I think that's one of the best examples that we can use. God tells the Israelites, go to a nation, murder every man, woman, and child, right? Now, when we look at what the Amalekites were doing, they were raping, they were killing, they were eating their children, they were offering their children as sacrifice to idol gods on molten hot idols. And now we're mad that God is bringing justice upon them. So when we decide that we want to legislate morality for ourselves, when God decides, God being the author of life, decides, hey, I'm going to punish or I'm going to reward this action, we're imposing our own morality that we've gotten from God on God. How can we judge God?
Question. Again, why is it every time your God needs to solve a problem, it involves the mass slaughter and genocide of an entire people?
Well,
is your God so inept and stupid that he cannot figure out a better way to do shit? And since when is murdering people, genociding people, when is that justice? Since when has that ever been justice?
Okay, so this is the thing.
To me, justice is fixing the problem with re-education. Like, I don't like the American justice system because instead of rehabilitating criminals, we lock them in a goddamn box and they just repeat the same violent fucking behavior. We aren't doing them any favors. Neither does your God. His only answer is just wipe them the fuck out.
Okay. So
who's learning anything?
Okay, so this is a good question. Why does God basically, and I get it, when God solves problems, and I know you've heard this answer and you're not going to like it. When God solves problems, his methodology of solving these problems comes from knowledge of the
No,
past.
it doesn't. It comes from sheer ignorance.
Just watch. It comes from the past, right now, and what's happening in the future. So when God orders the slaughtering of the Amalekites, right, the killing of every man, woman, and child from this particular group of people, guess what happens? The Israelites don't do it. Guess who's a descendant of the Amalekites?
So then your God is a
wait,
dictator.
just follow me. Just follow me.
Your God is literally a celestial North Korea.
Let me finish.
I'm just trying to clarify. Let me fucking clarify.
It'll all
God
be clarified
is
when
a
I finish
North
the point.
Korean dictator.
No, we're not saying that. I'm showing you.
But that's exactly what his behavior is. Hold on. That's exactly what his behavior is. His behavior is that of Jim
Let me follow to the
Il or
conclusion,
whatever the fuck his
and then
name
we
is,
can ask
who
questions.
wipes out people who disagree with him.
Let's get to the conclusion that I'm making, and then we can clarify, because the premises are clear. I'm saying what the Bible states. So when he orders the Amalekites to be slaughtered, the Israelites don't kill them. And when the Israelites don't kill them, the descendants of the Amalekites, Herod the Great, orders the genocide of everyone under the age of 2 after the birth of Jesus Christ. So if God sees that from the Amalekites is going to come a person who orders a mass genocide, is God taking a preemptive measure to prevent this from happening wrong? Absolutely not. Now, this is the beauty of it. And the number one reason why people walk away from the church, period, is because they don't understand the gospel. Now, we like scripture and so okay, so fine. If you understand the gospel, if you understand the gospel,
people walk away from stop. The number one reason why people walked away from the church, it's because it's a bunch of bigoted, outdated, hateful bullshit that creates tribalism. It slut shames women for being women. It literally teaches us that we are broken from birth and that without God, we can't be redeemed. The reason why people are leaving the religion in droves is because it's fucking garbage and it's wrong and we can fucking prove it.
Okay. Do you understand the gospel? Yes or no?
Do you know the story of the Midianites?
Yes, but I want you to walk down this path with me. Do you understand the gospel? Yes or no? Okay, cool. Can you explain it to me? Yes, I do. And
so you understand that Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John were not written by Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Stop. You understand that they were written by anonymous authors more than 60 plus years after the death of Christ. You understand that there was no eyewitness to Jesus's life or his death. You understand that literally all that is written second and third hand.
I mean, that's a great assertion, but that's not historically true. Because when we
no, that is absolute truth. That is absolute truth.
Because
biblical scholars, stop, dude. Let me finish. Biblical scholars are in almost unanimous agreement in regards to the fact that they do not know who authored Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Cite the scholars, please.
Do you have just a curiosity? What's your education with Christianity?
I am a born again.
Because I get this information. I got this information from a biblical scholar. He has his bachelor's degree. Wonderful. He can read Greek and Hebrew.
That's great. I can read Greek and Hebrew as well. And so check this out. When we look at people like Bart Ehrman, who's one of the top atheist scholars in the world and one of the greatest textual critics of all time, who was also an atheist, who was once a Christian, he dates the Gospel of Mark back to 54 AD. That's less than the time frame that you reported.
Now, fine. Okay, great. Fine. 54 years at 50. Stop. 54 years after the death of Christ is not an eyewitness to Christ.
It's actually not, because Christ died in approximately 33 AD. So 54 AD would only be 21 years after the death of Christ.
That 21 years. It's still not a fucking eyewitness.
But that is an eyewitness. And then we have the
no, it is not.
We have the disciple John. We have early church fathers.
Okay. We do not give eyewitness testimony any credit in court proceedings anymore.
That's fine.
Because eyewitness testimony is not reliable. Our brains make mistakes and our memories are faulty. And you want to tell me that somebody wrote a book 20 years after they witnessed something that they didn't even witness? They weren't there.
So this is the beauty. When we look at history, right, the same logic that we use to validate the existence of George Washington is the same sort of logic that scholars use to validate the existence of Jesus Christ. They use the testimonies of people who were alive during the times that witnessed the events that transpired and use the documents that have been written to come to conclusion that this person probably existed. How else do we know that Christopher Columbus was a real person?
We know that a person
Abraham Lincoln was an actual president.
Stop. We know that a person existed. What we do not know is that it was a guy named Christ who claimed to be the Son of God. We do not have any evidence that he resurrected from the dead. We do not have any evidence to support any claim made about Jesus in the Bible.
So this is great. This is great. We're at a good point. And I want to before I leave, and
by the way, I want everybody in the comment section to be aware that we have changed topic like 5 times since this conversation
we're walking
started.
Down a path because we're going to the gospel.
No, we're not walking down a path. You change the subject because you run out of shit to say about a given subject.
No, because
we started this on morality. Where the hell did that go?
Absolutely, because when we get back to the gospel, we're going to discuss morality. But we have to walk through all of these
Jesus was not a moral character.
So let's just recap for the guest. We talked about morality, right? Whether it was objective or subjective. You assert that it's subjective. I assert that it's objective. And the objective standard that I believe of morality appeals to is God. We brought up examples.
Okay, question. I'm going to ask a question. Let's ask the question. Should gay people be allowed to get married?
I'm recapping. So
should gay people be allowed to get married?
I'm not going to answer that question right now. I'm recapping.
I'm asking this fucking question. If you can't answer it, I'm going to move on to the other guest. Should gay people be allowed to get married?
I according to my belief system, you know the answer to that, and I'm going to say no.
No, then we're done.
And you just ran away. You just ran away.
No, I didn't. I didn't run away from anything. I don't deal with bigots.
I'm not a bigot.
Hello.
Hey, dear, how's it going?
It's going well. How about you?
Frustrated. at the lack of logical inconsistencies with people's arguments, but I'll get over it. I put myself in this position, so I have no room to bitch.
That's okay. I'm trying to read what your thing says. It says religion is not a force for good in the world discussion. Okay. Now, why do you think that? Because, I was saying a few things in the comments. I'm just like, some things I disagree
with. As an example, religion is currently the singular force fighting against women's rights to reproduction, abortion rights.
Mm-hmm.
Here are 5 consequences that I guarantee will happen in the first 2 years if Roe v. Wade gets gutted and left to states' rights. And we'll just focus on Texas for a second.
Mm-hmm. That's where I live.
We don't imagine that Texas will absolutely ban abortion 100% down the board.
Uh-huh.
In the first 2 years of that decision, you will see poverty in the state of Texas go through the roof. People will be on welfare en masse.
Because of they can't have abortions?
Yes, because they are being forced to carry a child and raise a child that they cannot afford to have. So, welfare recipients will go up. Suicide rates amongst women will skyrocket. The depression, the anxiety, the mental and emotional abuse and health of women will plummet. And you will see suicide rates amongst women skyrocket.
Okay.
Infant mortality will go through the roof.
Okay.
Foster care and adoption systems, which are already flooded and barely function, will get worse.
Okay. So you said 5 things or 4?
Yep.
Okay.
And number 5, you will see poverty. You will see homelessness. You will see rampant drug use. You will see domestic abuse go through the roof.
All because
like through the roof.
All because women can't.
Imagine a woman and a guy who go out to the bar. They meet up. They're kind of tipsy. They go back to somebody's apartment or hotel and they get into it. Now suddenly she's pregnant. Both of them are responsible for this thing. And they're like, the guy is just a bad guy. She didn't know that. It was a one-night stand. They ain't having a relationship. He's just maybe addicted to drugs. Maybe he's an alcoholic. Maybe he's just a shitty human being. And now he's trapped. And he can't get out of this situation. And neither can she. She's trapped in this situation. Because the only way to get any child support is to name the father. The only way to get any assistance at all, really, from the state is to name the father.
Yeah.
So now these 2 people are trapped in this fucked up, shitty situation. You will see higher instances of child abuse and neglect because you're forcing people who don't want children to have children that they're not going to love. They're not going to care for. They're going to grow up in an abusive, neglectful, shitty home.
But what? Okay, I have a few questions now. Why? How am I gonna word this correctly? So, like, when it comes to like the argument of abortion and things of that sort, I always wonder why, like, people who, are on the stance of pro-choice or pro-abortion, whatever the case may be, why is it always the worst case scenario to justify something that also causes harm to a child? Like, nonetheless, right? I get it. Children can grow up in abusive homes. I grew up in a poor home. But look, I'm able to live and have an opportunity to make friends, make money, and all these things like that. And I was supposed to be aborted as well, I don't think my life would have been better off as dead. I grew up in a homeless shelter. I was homeless. I was on WIC. All of these things that you had stated, I lived through all of that. And I made it, I think that if we gave people a chance to live, through those circumstances, that'll be something. Now about that'll be something good. Now about the part where you were talking about, like, some people at a bar, like, getting drunk and things of that sort. Well, we all know, like, drunk sex is not the it's not the best idea you should, implement when you're going out having a good time.
It's the purpose of sex is not necessarily to procreate.
Right, exactly. So I think with that being said, it might be a bigger issue than the baby, like two messed up people shouldn't be like, well, we're gonna kill this baby, someone that's innocent because of our decisions. You get what I'm saying?
You want to write a law that stops people from fucking?
No. What I'm saying is,
if you can't write a law that controls people's behavior, then you're not going to control people's behavior. But what you can do, and what you are responsibly obligated to do, is control the outcome of your behavior.
Right. Okay. So now the control of the outcome of the behavior is like, how come the outcome results in killing something? You know, why is the result? No, it is. It's a life that ends.
It's removing a clump of cells.
Wait. Oh, are we? Okay.
And by the way, it is using the resources of the mother without the mother's consent.
Without the mother's consent? Okay. So that means that all of us are thieves. I'm a thief. You're a thief. Everybody in the chat is a thief because we took our mother's nutrients. We stayed in her belly.
Stop.
Am I going to be able to speak without you yelling at me?
My mother
can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question? Can we just be respectful? Can we be respectful? Because you're yelling at me.
I'm trying to be.
If you're frustrated, I could just leave. I want you to just take a break. I don't want to be you yelled at. I don't want to yell at you. I'm not coming here to come at your neck. I'm asking questions.
Let me respond. My mother
consented. You keep talking over me. You know, you were doing that. I thought that was kind of rude, you know.
Yeah, you're doing it too.
Well, that doesn't make us both right, like by doing that, you know.
No, my mother consented to me. I didn't steal shit from my mom.
Okay, so what about the other baby? Like, you know.
What other baby? The one that, you know, wasn't a baby? It was a group of cells that were removed because the mother.
Have you ever seen an abortion? Have you ever seen an abortion, like a procedure?
Yeah, I have.
Okay, and what did it look like?
I've actually been to abortion clinics with women before.
I know, but have you seen the
Have you? I think you're talking
yes.
You're talking. I think you're talking trimester abortion.
No, I'm not talking about third trimester abortion because there's different terms abortion. Like, not all of them happen like the first week of them getting pregnant, because if that's the fact, my mother used to work at Planned Parenthood, so that's why I have this information. So if it's a few weeks
in the first week.
Excuse me?
Nobody gets an abortion in the first week of a pregnancy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Nobody gets an abortion in the first week of conception, whatever the case may be. If that was the case, then you would have abortion pills, right? It's already small enough. But the cases in which I've seen happen, because I was at my mother's job, I guess bring your daughter to work day, just a great place to bring your daughter, Planned Parenthood, right? Yes.
You're a woman, and you should be educated on women's rights.
I mean, we can agree to disagree on that part. I don't think that's a right to have. I mean, you can do what you want to do, but does it make it okay to do? You know, I will say this. I do not agree that abortion should be something that people go to jail for. I can agree to that, but I will say that the means of justification for abortion is just way off, because it's a dehumanizing argument. You take somebody, you're just like, oh, it's just a clump of cells. What's stopping you from just killing anybody if we're just all clumps of cells anyway, right? We just haven't developed excuse me?
You are a human with a consciousness. You are self-aware. That would be murder if somebody took you out of this world.
Right. And what you don't give
a clump of cells inside of somebody else's body. And also, mind you, you function without needing to rely on the resources of another human being's body.
Well, what about people that are on life support?
They're on life support. These decisions. Their family decided to put them on life support. How many families do you know of that decided to take their families off of life support? I actually had a friend named Jason years ago. I was friends with him and his brother and his mother. And Jason had a huge issue with alcoholism and depression. One day he decided to put a 9mm to the base of his chin, and he blew off the front portion of his forehead. Didn't kill him, but it put him into a fucking coma that he was never going to come out of. His parents decided to unplug him 3 days later.
Okay, but what about the baby who's innocent, though, you know, who wasn't an alcoholic, who didn't harm anybody?
Jason didn't harm anybody.
Well, you said he was an alcoholic and tried to kill himself. He was obviously going through some crazy things. I mean,
right, like, but he didn't harm anybody. He hurt himself. There's a difference.
Okay, but as far as a baby, you know, a developing baby, since you don't want to call it a human or a baby, a developing baby. Excuse me?
It's a parasite. It's a parasite.
A parasite? See, that's the thing that like concerns me. It's like the dehumanization of life. How do y'all just like do? I don't understand how y'all do that. It's dehumanizing. That's just like saying, oh, that's just an N-word.
I'm dehumanizing something that isn't human yet, so it's not that hard.
You know, Black people weren't seen as human, and that's how we became slaves.
And that's tragic.
We were seen as 3/5 of a human. You see what happens when you dehumanize? Mass genocide happens. Slavery happens.
Do you know what was used to justify that?
You said, do I know what was used to justify eugenics? Yeah.
The mechanism that was used to justify it.
That's eugenics, and that's what you guys are using, eugenics.
The Bible.
Okay. You know what? I just talked about this on my page. Actually, the slave Bible has books taken out of it in regards to slavery. There's books taken out of it like Exodus, Ephesians. There's a whole list of books that were taken out of there. So slaves would not read that and rebel against their slave masters, because then they would know that they were wrong. They're absolutely wrong. And the slave control the masses. Excuse me?
The slave Bible had books removed from it that justified slavery, that told the slaves to obey their masters. I'm talking about if you from the political standpoint, the Bible was used in the debate whether or not to own slaves.
Okay, so if you keep reading, slaves obey your masters, that's Ephesians, I believe, 5. If you keep reading, it's a few verses later, and it says how masters should treat their slaves. And we're talking about indentured slaves. We're not talking about we kidnapped these people from their land and now we're using them for our own good. We're not talking about those type of people. And the same thing that happened to the Egyptians when it came to the Jews in slavery is the same that was happening to white people. God's gonna show his wrath on these white people. The things that they did, the detestable evil that they have done in slavery, they're gonna have to answer for that. They're gonna have their judgment. Best believe that. They're not gonna go unpunished for what they did.
God condones the slavery. That's how they use the Bible to do it.
The Bible does not condone slavery. White people condone slavery by using slave Bibles, by taking out things. People take out scriptures, right? They do it every single day. People still do it. They misuse scripture. They take things out. They take things out of context.
In the Bible.
Huh?
Does Exodus 21 exist in the Bible?
Exodus 21? Are you talking about the chapter 21?
Exodus. Book Exodus, chapter 21. Have you read it?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Exodus 21.
Mm-hmm.
This is God giving laws to the Israelites. These are the laws that God wants the Israelites to follow.
Okay.
Exodus 21. These are the laws you are to set before them. If you buy a Hebrew slave, he is to serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th year he shall go free without paying anything.
Okay. Can you stop right there? All right. You're
And
supposed to
you just got
release
done bitching
them.
at me for talking over you.
Huh?
You just got
Wait.
done bitching for interrupting and talking over you.
Why are we using foul language? Oh my goodness.
I always fucking swear. There's no such thing as a bad word, only bad context.
Okay. No, I just wanted to get to your point because I just wanted to say, like, we could just go verse by verse so we can discuss it. But if you are frustrated, I don't have to talk to you. I don't want to make you upset.
I'm just like, but I'm not frustrated. I'm beside myself at the number of excuses that Christians will make to justify a belief in this horrible fucking character.
I mean, I'm not here to convince you. I'm here to have a discussion on what you are talking about.
That's what I'm trying to do too.
Excuse me?
But how do you have a discussion when I bring up a point, but you don't necessarily counter it? You just kind of move the goalpost a little bit.
I was about to address the first part of what you said, but then you like got upset. So I'm just like,
Continue to reading.
Look, go ahead.
If he comes alone, he is to go free alone. But if he has a wife when he comes, she is to go with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the woman and her children shall belong to her master, and only the man shall go free. This is literally God's law for owning people as property. Now, whether that falls into indentured servitude or whether that falls into chattel slavery, it does not make a difference.
It does, actually. It does.
It is literally owning
indentured
slavery.
Indentured slavery is completely different from the American slavery in which African Americans were succumbed to. Very much different.
Owning people as property?
Excuse me?
Is it owning people as property?
Did it say that these slaves were their property? They were supposed to be let go in 7 years because after 7 years it's called hold on, you gotta let me speak, bro.
I'm trying to clarify.
Okay,
Hebrews after 6 years, not other people.
So the thing is this, right? The year of Jubilee, that's when all debt is cleared. The slaves can go. Now, American slavery, did we get let go in 7 years? No. We were slaves for 400 of them. I don't think that's the same slavery. That's not the same. These are clearly different.
It is owning people as property. The mechanism is different. Yes. But
indentured, everyone had slaves. Everyone had slaves. That was a hot commodity back then, right? Was it not?
Your God can tell people to not wear clothing and mixed fabrics. He can tell you not to murder, but he can't tell you not to own people as property.
That's slavery. It's slavery as in you are my servant until 7 years. And then you could go after you. Did you want to say something?
You hearing what you are saying? You are literally creating a justification for owning people as property because God said.
I am not literally justifying anything. We're talking in context of what you just read. But you keep hearing something else that I'm not saying. I think you already have your mind made up and you're not willing to listen to what I'm saying. And you know what? That's okay. Like I said, I'm not here to convince you or change your mind. I came here to discuss.
I'm just reading the scripture as it is written.
Right. And that's why
I'm not adding anything to it, and I'm not taking anything away from it. I'm
trying to give elaboration on the context of it, because when you're reading scripture, you have to know the context of it. Excuse me?
You understand the mind of God.
His ways are not my ways. His thoughts are higher than my thoughts. I do not understand everything that God does. Excuse me?
But you can speak for God. You can tell me what God meant by writing that.
No, I said the context of the scripture. That's
the context of the scripture is own people as property.
God is not writing that. God is not writing that. Do you realize that? God is not writing that. These are the words of Moses. These are the words of Moses.
What God told Moses to do.
This is as far as Hebrews, right? if you see, if we're supposed to be if people are supposed to be freed or going back to their livelihoods after 7 years, how does that correlate with the American slavery in which we were never released in 7 years? It doesn't say to beat. It doesn't say to beat them. It doesn't say to eat their children. It doesn't say to melt them down into oil. It doesn't say to feed their babies to alligators. It doesn't say to lynch them. It doesn't say to discriminate against them. It doesn't tell them they can't eat at this restaurant. It doesn't tell them that they deserve less. It doesn't tell them that they're less than a human. That's what these white people did.
I'm not
That's
talking
not
about
what
white
the Bible is saying. But no, what I'm
I
saying
am
is
not
that's
talking,
not what my Bible is saying. That's
I'm
not
not
what my
talking
Bible is justifying.
fucking God. We're about to be done.
I'll be done because you're mad.
You're mad. You
I'm
keep
not
comparing.
mad.
You
I
keep
think
making
I'm handling
some.
myself very
You keep,
maturely.
stop. You keep going off on this tangent from American slavery. I don't give a fuck if it's American slavery. I don't give a fuck if it's intentional self-servitude. I don't care what version of slavery it is. Owning another human being as if they are property is fucking wrong.
Okay, that's fair. If
Yeah,
you think that,
your
that's
God
fair.
is wrong.
That's fair. If that's what you think, that's fair. That's what you believe.
But you don't believe your God is wrong.
I don't.
So then you believe slavery is okay.
That's not what I said.
But that's what your God said. If you believe in your God and you believe in your God is right, and your God said slavery is okay, then that's the logical conclusion you have to make.
That's the logical conclusion you're making.
So what? So then you're not being logical.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, we're done. I don't do intellectual. I do not do intellectual dishonesty. That was the most dishonest thing ever.
Dang. Not you bringing me
She
back.
can sit there and fucking pull her ass away. That was the most ridiculous fucking thing I've ever heard.
I mean, you're not gonna get nothing new from me. I agree with her. Because when we discuss slavery in the Bible, there's this presupposition of the Western idea of slavery, and I get it. You said that that's not the point.
I don't care about the West.
But check this out.
I don't give a shit.
Let's look at what
I'm not
biblical
gonna
slavery was.
Stop. I'm not going to sit here and make a fucking distinction between this type of slavery or that type of slavery or this type of slavery.
But
as far as I am concerned, it is morally repugnant to own another human being as property. And the Bible justifies it. And it does it more than once.
But what if it's for that person's benefit?
It's never for anybody's benefit.
Okay, so if a rich man decides, okay, so let's and this is why it's so important that we delineate what the two things are.
If a rich man wants to help a poor man, he can
follow.
If a rich man wants to help a poor man, he can do so without owning him as property. That is a bullshit narrative.
When we have two types of slaves in the Bible. We have war prisoners, and people take war prisoners all the time, even today. And I think that that's whatever.
The only war prisoners in the Bible that were captured during times of war were little girls that hadn't known a man. So if you want anything, your God is justifying pedophilia and child rape.
No, that's no.
The Midianites. I can look up the verse right now. The story of the Midianites. God commands. God tells Moses that they can murder all the men, women, and the little boys, but keep for yourselves the girls that have not known a man.
Brother, this is the
that's I'm sorry, but that was God and Moses saying that shit.
When we look at scripture, poor people say, I sell myself into slavery, so my family be supported. So
why would it be necessary if a God was merciful?
Because the economic system that existed at the time.
Fix the economic system. Your God has the time to wipe out an entire fucking tribe of people because they fuck in a way he doesn't like. But he doesn't have the time to stop an entire tribe of people from buying, trading, and selling human lives. Make it make sense.
I don't think you understand. And I'm saying I don't think. No, wait. I literally said I don't think you understand. I didn't finish my statement. Let's listen to hear each other. Let's be slow to speak and quick to listen.
Fucking God. I don't want to hear lame-ass excuses for owning people as property. You cannot, in any rational way, justify that shit. I'm sorry, you can't. That is intellectually dishonest. It is morally fucking repugnant. And you have allowed your emotional bias and belief system to justify this bullshit. You have sold your humanity for a belief in an invisible sky daddy you cannot prove exists. And that is morally fucking repugnant and is honestly the most incompetent fucking character in all of fiction. Because I am just a lowly human, and I could have figured out a better way to create this system without slavery, without justifying rape, without genociding entire fucking groups of people. And proved my fucking existence to everybody equally without requiring a 2,000-year-old book of fucking hand-me-down stories that have been telephone gamed into oblivion. None of this makes any fucking sense. You could have created a healthier, more equitable system. You could have, in comparison to this God. You, right now, in your head, could think of a plan to do away. If you were the God of the Old Testament, guaranteed you wouldn't have let people be owned as property. Would you?
Is that a rhetorical question?
Would you?
No, I wouldn't.
No,
I would not.
Would you, if you were God, would you allow your creation to own each other as property?
One more time.
If you were God, would you have allowed your creation to own itself as property? Would you have allowed slavery?
Right. So you're asking
would
a
you
question.
Have allowed pedophilia? Would you have allowed rape?
Okay,
if you were God,
can I answer your question? You're asking me, if I was God, would I allow evil to happen? And the answer is the answer is yes. And I'm going to give you the answer why. Because love allows people to choose. So
say that again.
I'm going to show you. Love allows people to choose. We have free will. We have the ability to choose.
No, you don't.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't.
Did you just choose to say no? Or did you just choose to say no?
Imagine we're gonna do a thought experiment really quick.
No. You just no, because you're asking me questions and I'm asking you questions. So answer my question. Did you just choose to say no?
Experiment. We're gonna answer it with a thought experiment.
Mm-hmm.
If you're walking down the street and some guy puts a gun in your side and pulls you into an alley,
mm-hmm.
and gives you an ultimatum: do this thing or I will shoot you. Is that free will?
Absolutely.
No, it is not. That is an ultimatum.
Absolutely.
That is an ultimatum. Stop. That is intellectually dishonest. You know damn well that is not a free will situation. You either do something or you are punished. That is not free will.
Wait, but this is the thing. You're asking me because this is the reductionist, like it's so reductionist because you're missing an ultimatum is a choice that puts you in a compromising position. You still have a choice. Now, if I say, hey, you know what? I'm suicidal right now. I don't actually want to live. So take my life. That's me choosing to say, no, I don't want to live anymore. Or I can choose to go along with what you're saying.
You think suicidal people chose? Well, you think suicidal people chose to be suicidal?
No, I'm using it for the sake of your example. Because yes,
well, my point is
because
my point
what happens is
my
an
argument is that
an ultimatum has a choice that needs to be made. Now, the outcome of these choices is unbalanced. That's why it's an ultimatum. But at the end of the day, I still have the ability to choose.
Yeah,
so
and
if,
how do you
so,
know?
so my question is, because this is what you're saying, if free will doesn't exist, then people don't choose to rape.
Why did I bring you back on?
Because you saw the Spirit of God in me and you're crying out for it. I see it.
No, I did
and I
not.
get it.
I did not.
I
absolutely no. See, that's the difference between you and me. I'm not going to bend over and let some sky daddy ram his dick in my ass and sit there and listen to his bullshit, immoral, disgusting fucking nonsense. Nothing good has ever come from your religion. Nothing.
Well, guess what? You know what? If nothing good ever came from my religion, then my addiction to marijuana, my addiction to sex, which led me into a whole bunch of different places, all of these
marijuana
things,
isn't addicting.
But you're saying now you're invalidating my experience. You're invalidating my experience.
Stop. You're not going to sit here and make claims that aren't true. I'm concerned.
Okay, well, let's talk about sex.
Stop.
I had a sex addiction.
Stop. I am concerned with what is true, what can be demonstrably proven true. There is no such thing as sex addiction. There is no such thing as marijuana addiction. Doesn't exist.
Okay. So
I have read umpteen fucking articles about sex, sexual relationships. I follow a podcaster and listen to her podcast weekly about, it's called Sex with Emily, and she is a sexual therapist.
Why
she discussed
why are there rehabs
all different types of topics
why
in regards
to
sex.
Rehabs for people who are sex addicted if it's not a real thing?
They don't. That's a made up line of bullshit. It's not real. If it's any kind of consolation to you, there are groups like that, but they're always Christian groups, and they're always spreading guilt based on bullshit. Did you know that your Bible isn't inherently against sex?
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah, hey, Jesus didn't say shit about.
This is the thing. My background.
Stop. I have a point to fucking make, and I'm going to get to it. Jesus didn't say shit about sexual fornication or impurity. That was a Christian church invented that shit, and it started in the United States in the 1800s with a man named Dr. Kellogg, who was a batshit insane evangelical Christian and invented fucking cornflakes to stop people from wanting to masturbate.
Actually, you know what? You made a claim, and so I just want to see if it's true. Let's see. I just want to see if Jesus never said anything about.
People keep asking me why I get mad at this shit. I'm not mad. I'm frustrated. I'm not mad. I'm sorry. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the comments. Let me get it out. I'm frustrated because we don't live in a fucking vacuum. Your beliefs inform your actions, and your actions have consequences. The things that you believe directly affect me and directly affect other people. And when you sit there go ahead. When you sit there and you spew this nonsense and you expect other people to live by this nonsense, you are doing harm.
Find the spirit of rejection in Jesus' name.
No, I don't have demons. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, that's crazy. When
did Jesus say marijuana was bad?
He didn't.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's fine. When I look at my life, you know what? I'll take it. I'm going to be honest, because nothing in my past can be used against me. I used to cut myself.
Okay. That's a sign of
you're not going to sit here and telling me that me cutting myself is not a bad thing.
I didn't say it wasn't.
Okay, that's fine. So if we can agree that me self-harming is a problem, right? And the reason I walked away from self-harm was from an actual experience with Jesus. He's the one who changed my life. Now, I want to be very clear.
Your brain. They always say this. I always run into Christians that say, Jesus did it. Describe for me a situation where this happens and either A or B could lead to this. How do you know which one it was? How do you know it wasn't you? Or how do you know it was Jesus? Because I can tell you, I can prove that you exist. I can prove that you are real. I can prove that people can change based on education, based on whatever inspiration can change their life. But I have no evidence of a Jesus. You are claiming something that you cannot prove. But we can prove that people change. You got sick of where you were in life and you wanted something different. Now, Jesus may have been the catalyst, but it could have been anything. For me, it was getting on a motorcycle and going for a long ride. That's my catalyst. I found the things in my life that help me make a difference to my mood, to my thought processes, to my decision making, that improve how I view this world. And I didn't need a Jesus to do it. That's just the catalyst. That's just the thing that forced you to make the change. It is not the cause
So Ethan,
of the change.
My question for you is, do you have peace with the state of the world as it is right now?
Of course not. State of the world is fucked. We need to get better. And we have been. We've been getting better.
Okay. Do you have peace inside yourself?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And it wasn't easy. It was hard fought. I'm on dialysis for kidney failure. I've already almost died from the disease that took my kidneys in the first place. I struggled for a very long time with self-loathing and depression. I never cut myself, but I burnt every goddamn bridge I ever had. I fucked up a marriage. I don't talk to my parents. I have made innumerable fucking mistakes in my life. Nothing I can do to make those things better, but I can. My purpose in life is to give my life purpose. I gain that sense by my own my own autonomy. I do not gain that sense from an assertion of authority. I don't get to sit here and say that I have a purpose because God said so. That's not a fucking purpose. That's nonsense. I have a purpose because I fucking say so. Because I get to stand up on my 2 feet, recognize my fucking mistakes, take responsibility for my fucking mistakes. I don't have the luxury of just pushing off all these things I feel guilty about onto an invisible nothing. And I refuse to feel guilty for arbitrary shit I have no control over. I did not commit original sin. And I am not fucking guilty for it. I am not guilty of the sins of my fathers or forefathers. Period. End of story. Their lives were their lives. Mine is mine. I am not a sinner. I am a man that makes mistakes. And I try to learn from those mistakes and be better tomorrow than I was today. And that is literally the definition of humanity.
I agree.
Because 10,000 years ago, we sucked. 5,000 years ago, we sucked. 2,500 years ago, we sucked. But with each passing decade and century, we have gotten better and better and better. Because we learn more about reality. We learn more about what it takes to get along with each other. And the one thing that religion sure as fuck does is it makes you feel guilty for arbitrary shit. You smoking weed? Who gives a fuck? You ain't hurting anybody. It's just fucking weed. You having sex? Who the fuck cares? It's just sex. It's arbitrary. There's like 208 species on the goddamn planet that have sex just for the fucking fun of it. Dolphins included, which is the most intelligent goddamn animal on the planet outside of human beings. Dolphins have gay sex. Lions have gay sex and gay relationships. Religion makes people feel guilty for arbitrary bullshit. Two men or two women loving each other does no harm, hurts nobody, has absolutely zero effect on your life whatsoever. Mary Jane down the street went to an abortion clinic, had an abortion, didn't affect you in the slightest, has no impact on your life at all. None. Christians are obsessed with sticking their noses in other people's fucking business. You guys want everybody to believe the same goddamn thing you believe. And that is just not moral. That's gross. I would hate to live in a society where everybody thought the way I did. It would be fucking boring. Again, I repeat from the earlier conversation we had, my morality comes from a careful consideration of the consequences of my actions, and I do not have a right to impose my will onto another person. I get my morality from a rational consideration of the reality and the consequences around me, not an assertion of authority. I am not going to sit here and try to justify owning people as property to you. I'm not going to sit here and justify rape to you. I'm not going to sit here and try to create loopholes and move the goalpost to justify genocide of an entire group of people unnecessarily for any fucking reason. I'm not going to do that. Because these things are morally fucking repugnant. No matter how many times you want to make loopholes, no matter how many goddamn times you want to move the goalpost, no matter how you want to justify it, it doesn't justify it. Period. Take from that what you want.
What you said that resonated with me the most is that people change. And I agree.
I've seen that were 50 pounds they wanted to change their lives. And they did. They started eating healthier. They started working out. And now they're in better shape than they've ever been.
May I speak, please? May I speak, please?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I don't believe that God changes, but that's inconsequential to this conversation at this point. If Christianity were true, what we see in the scripture is that we have this angry God, or whatever lens we want to look at it. We have this God who's doing whatever he's doing. And then we have a God who comes in the flesh and dies as a testimony to his love for humanity, and then raises from the dead to show people that, hey, my love overcomes even death. So if God is able to show us, and I don't hold this position, but I'm just saying it as a hypothetical. If God is able to show us this demonstrable change, why are you not affording God that opportunity to show his love for you? And I get it.
He didn't change.
Just follow. Because we don't see
Jesus.
I have
a question.
Mm-hmm.
In what way do you think God changed?
I don't think that God changed, but I'm asking you why.
Okay, so his sacrificing Jesus has nothing to do with God's position. He didn't change. He's still angry. He's still jealous. He still demands from you an unreasonable fucking standard.
Oh, you know what
He
God
demands
demands of us?
something. He demands from you something you cannot do.
This is what. So I'm not a Calvinist, and I don't believe that. But this is what God requires of us: repent and recognize, hey, God is holy and perfect, and I'm not perfect. I'm not a perfect person. All God
Oh,
requires of us is to recognize that, hey,
narcissist wants to test it.
no, this is the thing. God
See,
is.
that's the answer, right? He wants you to worship him. He wants you to
Just follow
repent for
me.
things
Just
that you
follow
can't.
me. Just
He
follow.
wants you to repent for things you cannot control.
No, he's not asking you to do that. God's not asking you to
Yeah,
repent
he
for
is.
stuff that no, he's not. He's not.
Are human beings inherently sinful?
Yes.
Then
Yeah.
he is asking you to do something you have no control over.
So let me finish.
He's asking you to not be sinful over something you can't control.
God. So the whole idea, because I think, just give me a second. Our nature and our proclivity as human beings is to choose right and wrong for ourselves. Now we choose right and wrong for
Nope,
ourselves.
that's
We
not
do.
true.
We do.
Not even according to your own theology. That is not true. No, your God's intention for us was
Can
to
I
remain
finish?
ignorant and stupid.
No, it
And when we
wasn't.
found out that we could be knowledge,
No.
stop. When we found out that we could gain knowledge, he punished us for it.
No. So let's because I wanted to get into the gospel because this explains everything that we're about to talk about right now. And that whole
Wait,
morality trail
I
we're
want to
going
continue.
through,
I want to continue. I want to
because you
continue
keep
this
cutting me
this
off.
train of thought. One, God creates us ignorant and stupid of knowledge of good and evil. He creates us not knowing the difference between good and evil. Adam and Eve were ignorant of good and evil. So even if God warned them not to eat from the tree, they didn't know any better. They didn't know that eating from the tree was bad because they didn't have knowledge of good and evil. Your God's intention was for us to remain in the garden, ignorant and stupid, without knowledge. And then when even Adam ate from the tree and they gained knowledge, he punished them for it. This is not something that an intelligent being would do. I'm intelligent. If I had the power to create life and I created an Adam and an Eve and I wanted them to not do something, I would make it impossible for them to do it.
But that's force.
I wouldn't. No, it isn't.
So just let's. I want to make the point, but I keep getting cut off, and I get it. This is an emotional conversation.
No, it isn't.
And you and I are not God, and you don't believe in God, so that's fine. That's fine. That's beyond the point. Choice is good. If you love, are you straight? Do you love women? Do you like women? Do you like men? What do you like?
Pansexual.
Okay, whatever you like. Whatever you like. Whoever your partner is, you're not going to force them to love you back. You're not going to put a gun to their head and be like, love me. You're not. Because
Yeah,
that's
but
not
that's
love.
what God does.
Wait, no, I'm going to get to that because that's your understanding. I have a different understanding. So let's compare understandings because you want me to think that you're right. And I'm not saying that you're trying to put your beliefs on me, but you believe that it would be to my benefit if I accepted your belief system because religion is nonsense. And we would be much better off if we didn't have it. That's why we see the topic of the room. Religion is not a force for good in the world. So if religion was abolished, it'd be fine. But I believe in a relationship that produces a religion. So when Adam and Eve are in the garden, God gives Adam a word. He says, Adam, if you eat of this tree, you will gain this knowledge. He says,
No, he didn't.
it's not.
He said, if you eat from this tree, you will certainly die.
Right. Okay. But he tells him what the
Which
tree
was
is.
a lie,
He
mind
tells
you.
him what the tree is. It says in Genesis chapter, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. So he tells him what the tree is. Thou shalt not eat of it, for in the day that thou eatest of it thereof, thou shalt surely die. Now the question of it is did Adam immediately die after eating the fruit?
No, he doesn't.
Right. Did God lie?
God lied to him.
So no, but did Adam eventually die? Yes. So was God lying? No, because death became something that was definite. So when he says you will surely die, Adam surely did die, just not at the time that Adam thought. So God even telling him, hey, there's this tree that you can eat from, is a demonstration of love. If God didn't want Adam to obtain knowledge at all, he wouldn't have put the tree there in the first place.
So
Now,
God created
just follow me.
God created the standard by which we became sinful.
No, God is the standard. And so when we have a choice, it's as simple as this. Watch this. We choose God or we choose our own understanding. So if God is good, choosing God is
I'm going to go with more reliable.
And you're going to choose yourself. And that's okay. But this is what happens. In the story of Adam and Eve, the creation chooses the understanding of the creation over the understanding of the creator. The creator knows better than the creation.
No, he doesn't. Because he's wrong, literally 100% of the time. The God of the Bible is provably, patently, absurdly wrong 100% of the time.
If you want to believe that, believe that for your life,
you and I could both have created a better system. We could have. It doesn't take that much imagination, man. You know it.
If you want to believe that for your life,
I can tell you this much. If I was in the position of God, I would be around my people, my creation. I would walk amongst them at all times. They would know me.
You know what's beautiful?
Physically.
You know what's beautiful? It's
metaphorically.
And I'm glad you said that.
Not metaphorically.
I'm so glad you said that.
I would physically walk amongst them. They would know me. There would be no confusion between religions. There would be no misunderstanding.
Ethan.
They would know.
That's why Jesus came. Jesus was God with us, walking with us.
No.
So, and even in the Garden of Adam and Eve,
that's metaphorical.
And that's fine. You don't have to believe in Jesus. Even in the Garden of Adam and Eve, Genesis chapter 3, verse 8. Genesis chapter 3, verse 8. And they heard the voice of the Lord God walking. Who's the voice?
Do you have a pet?
Jesus.
Do you have
a
pen?
A pet?
Cat,
no, why?
Snake.
Why?
When I say that I would be with my creation if I were God, I mean quite literally right the fuck there. Not metaphorically. Not in some weird fucking uncontextual platform. You would literally be able to walk up to me and shake my fucking hand. You would literally be able to walk directly up to me and have a conversation with me. Face to face. Everybody on the planet would have access to me. There wouldn't be confusion based on race, tribe. There wouldn't be 45,000 different denominations of Christianity.
Bro.
And I would never require them to worship me. Ever. Because worship is disgusting and immoral.
Okay. So this is the thing. I don't worship God because he forces me to worship him. I worship God because I love him and he's worthy of praise.
God demands it. It doesn't matter what you do.
Where does it say that?
What you do. Your God demands that you worship him. That is compulsory love Either you love me or I'm going to punish you. Period.
Like,
plain.
It's
End
the
of
better way to put it is the better way to put it is God loves you too much to force you into heaven, and in the same way he loves you too much to force you into hell. So he gives you the opportunity to choose.
He shouldn't have ever fucking created hell in the first place. And actually, it doesn't exist. Early Christians didn't believe in hell. That shit didn't start until like the 5th century.
That's not true, because I can demonstrate hell in the Old Testament.
Because hell doctrine didn't start existing in the Christian religion until Paradise Lost and Dante's Inferno were written.
Ethan, that has to do more with purgatory and the Catholic beliefs.
No.
But
No.
Dante, I mean, not Dante, Ethan, do you believe in a supernatural thing? Do you believe supernatural stuff exists? Okay.
No.
Well,
have evidence for it.
If I, and this is just my personal belief, I believe that it is more reasonable and more logical, and this is my belief, that the natural universe didn't come about by natural causes. That something supernatural, supernatural. I'm just walk with me. That's something supernatural. You're asking me to prove something supernatural by natural means. How am I supposed to do that?
Why not? You're telling me that a supernatural God exists.
Because he does, to me at least.
Without evidence. If you can sit there and
faith
make the claim
is the
something
substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not yet seen. I don't believe that faith is without reason. I don't blindly follow God.
You do
that.
What evidence?
I don't.
What evidence?
Because my God is Jesus Christ, and I believe that we have enough historical evidence.
No, we don't.
To support the existence of a person named Jesus Christ.
Even Bart Ehrman disagrees with
Bart Ehrman doesn't deny Jesus Christ existing. He denies the deity of Jesus.
You misunderstand Bart Ehrman like really bad. He thinks that a person existed, not the Son of God. He does not believe in the miracles, the supernatural claims, that shit. He believes
Jesus. Can we agree that Jesus was a real person?
A Hasidic rabbi Jew was wandering the desert talking shit. That's what fucking Bart Ehrman.
So you agree that Jesus? So you believe that Jesus was a real person?
No, I don't agree with Bart Ehrman's assessment. I don't think that there is enough evidence to support the existence of
a
atheism.
That conclusion? What's the last
everything about this, as described, is hearsay. There's not one shred of physical that person existed at all.
Again, when we okay, so how do we know that? Do you believe that Julius Caesar existed?
Yes.
Why?
We have more evidence of Julius Caesar than we do of Jesus.
I'm so glad you said that, because that is,
mind you, Julius Caesar never made the claim that he was the son of the fucking God. Julius Caesar never claimed to do anything supernatural, turn water to wine and feed 1,000 with a loaf of bread. Jesus made those claims.
I'm so glad you said that.
To mythology, not to history.
Now, Ethan, if I pull up a source demonstrating to you that we have more historical evidence of Jesus Christ than Julius Caesar, would you believe it?
I want to consider the source. I'm not just going to take the source at its fucking word. You always consider the source. This is another issue I have when debating Christians. Your only goddamn source for any of this is the Bible. It's not archaeological evidence. It's not anthropological evidence. And I'm sorry that you disagree with this, but biblical scholars disagree with you tenfold.
Let's go with anthropological evidence. We have Pliny the Younger. We have Tacitus. We have Josephus. We have Bar Serapion.
Tacitus, I've read Tacitus. That is, he is describing something that, oh my God. Have you actually read it?
Yes,
like actually read
it? I have. Jews and Antiquities? Yes, I have.
Tacitus is retelling a story that he read about.
Okay, so then we have the testimony of the early church. Why would poor peasant Jews rebel against the Roman Empire? How could the tomb be empty? How could poor Jewish
Roman.
tradesmen.
You
How?
asked
No,
a
just
question.
watch this. Just watch this. How
I
could
mean,
poor?
you asked a question. I want to address it. The Roman Empire was literally conquering the Jewish tribes. That's why.
Okay, so how does saying that a man rose from the dead allow for a movement to start where people will literally go to the death holding on to the belief that they saw someone rise from the dead?
Terrorists blew themselves up in a fucking building.
Okay.
Doesn't make what they believe true. Darwin was his theory of evolution is awesome, but he was also a eugenics type person, and he's a
okay.
fucking
So this
idiot.
is the thing. Why
Isaac
do terrorists
Newton
blow them? So
Isaac Newton thought that fucking alchemy was real. It's bullshit. He had the greatest goddamn concept for mathematical equations for gravity, but he still thought that he was into numerology. Isaac thought that there was a fucking code hidden in the goddamn Bible. So he's wrong about alchemy. He's wrong about numerology, but he's right about gravity. Look, what? Some guy blows himself up in a building doesn't make him right about his beliefs.
This is the thing. This is the thing. People die, and I'm gonna go to this, and then go back to the evidences, because I believe that there's a surplus. We can talk about it for hours. People die for their beliefs because they believe them to be true, right?
Yep.
So let's use jihad for an example. Because they have been told that if they die, they're going to paradise, they do so in order to gain that paradise, because they
There, bud.
have a set belief
I lost.
system.
You're in and out, man. You're glitching. I can't hear you.
You gonna? It's gonna. All right, is it good? We good?
I appreciate that. Everybody who just saw
Oh
Karma's
man, Lord
comment,
Jesus.
they do appreciate that.
Okay, so this is the thing.
What people choose to believe based on an emotional response to reality is not the same thing as knowledge of reality. Your position is this: when you die, you're going to go to heaven.
Mm-hmm.
The people that you love,
Mm-hmm.
the people that you care about, and people you don't even know are going to be in hell. And you're going to spend all of your eternity in heaven knowing that people are being tortured, and you're going to be okay with that? Fuck that. Even if I had a place in your heaven, I would not be okay being there knowing that other people are being tortured. I could not morally accept that.
Mm-hmm.
I would rise above it, or rise against. I would rise against that on a moral ground, that nobody deserves infinite punishment for finite crimes. The entire Christian doctrine is immoral and gross. Human sacrifice is the whole basis for your thing. And by the way, the human sacrifice part of that is disgusting. But generally speaking, Jesus gave up a fucking weekend. That's it. He didn't give up shit. He literally sacrificed 3 fucking days. That's it. I don't call that a sacrifice.
Right. So I have a hypothetical question for you. Then I'm going to stop wasting your time. This is my last question of the night.
My God.
If Christianity were true, if it was the actual truth, if Jesus wasn't lying when he said, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the life, if this was the truth, would you believe it?
Yeah, I would. That's what you don't understand. I'm not anti-God. I just don't have a good reason to believe it. So I'm going to reverse that question. If tomorrow there was absolute evidence that there is no God, would you let it go? Or are you going to hold yourself to a double standard? Can't hear you.
I would absolutely do so. Now check this out. This is, I want to make this point, and I want to leave with a parable. Give me like 2 seconds. Can you hear me now? Is it better?
Yeah.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that you're into.
Would you renounce your belief in God? No, he's gone, guys. He keeps glitching in and out. I can't keep him. We are going to go to Tom. 2 minutes.
The man says, "Nah, I don't need the lifeboat. It's okay. God's going to save."
Sorry, Tommy. Give me a quick sec here. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right,
Sorry,
man.
it's echoey. How are you doing, man?
Sorry, how's your day going?
It's going great. I'm back at college, so still getting settled in, but yeah.
Right on. What are you going to school for?
So, business administration. I'm at Oregon State. So
Do me a favor. Take an ethics class. Learn about.
I actually think
if you're gonna do business, learn about ethics, because one of the big problems we suffer in this country right now is the lack of ethics in business. People put profits ahead of human lives, and that's kind of gross.
Yeah, I think ethics. There's an ethics course I have to take my second or my third year. So, anyways, I just wanted to hop on and discuss the topic a little bit. So just religion is not a force for good in the world. I'm like, it's tricky. I'm definitely not going to say yes, because especially, if we just want to talk about modern day, I would probably lean towards no.
So what about Inquisition? What about the 2 Inquisitions where people were tortured and murdered for thought crimes? The Crusades, the Dark Ages, Salem witch trials, justification for slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, fight against women's rights, fight against the LGBTQ rights.
Yeah, so
throughout the history of the church, it's brought more death, destruction, and mayhem, suffering, and pain than any other system devised.
Right, and I think, I guess something important to remember, at least for me, is that when we talk about religion, religion is, and this is, I'm not even talking about just Christianity right now. All religions are man-made, right? So,
true.
Sorry?
Very true.
Yes, religions are man-made. So you get this, you have to, I think a lot of people forget about this divide between what is man-made and then what people would kind of categorize as like God-made or whatever. There's a good way to describe it as like religion versus revelation. So in terms of religion, yes, we can look at history and you can see in practically every religion that there is, at some point, it has been twisted and changed to fit certain perspectives and ideologies of the people who are in charge. That is, I think that's just, because it's a theme throughout most religion, I would say that that's just a natural consequence of something like religion.
Absolute power absolutely corrupts.
Exactly. When you're claiming that you have authority from the creator of the universe, it's pretty easy to let that, corrupt you in terms of your power over people. It's, so yes, I would say overall, religion has not been a force for good in the world. I think so. So that's my sentiment on that. Basically, I do want to kind of touch on a lot of the stuff you're talking about with the last guy because I found it pretty interesting. So I think I said this last time that we talked. I would categorize myself as a Christian because I follow Jesus's teachings.
You sure you wouldn't categorize yourself a Christian because you happen to be born in America to parents who were already Christian?
Well,
and the likelihood of you being Christian if you were born in India or in a Middle Eastern country goes to zero, essentially, from a statistical standpoint.
Yeah, there's parts of the world that like Christianity is not even like a thought. People don't even know what the hell that is. So yeah,
China,
I will say that
there are countries where Christianity doesn't exist. But do you understand my point? That you're only Christian by accident of birth.
Yes, in terms of me being exposed to it, I have the not
indoctrinated indoctrinated with it, not just exposed. Children are indoctrinated with this belief from early childhood.
Children are indoctrinated into a lot of religions. I would say I was lucky enough that my parents didn't start going to church until I was older, and they never forced us to go. I like to go because we got candy in Sunday school. But
that seems to be a reoccurring thing. Candy, video games, they do all kinds of goofy shit to trap kids.
Yeah. But my parents stopped going to church after a few, 4 years, and I took a break in terms of I really wasn't involved in religion that much at all. But it was kind of through my own curiosity in terms of
keep going, I can hear you.
Okay, just the world and everything that I did start talking to people. I started talking to my dad a little bit, and he started introducing me to a couple of ideas that I myself went and kind of researched and whatever. So I wouldn't.
Why do you
I'd say
believe in
personally.
Jesus?
So I believe in Jesus because I think that, and now I believe last time we disagreed on this, but I believe that the things he taught, which I will say, I do not believe that these things are only good because Jesus is supposedly the Son of God. I think these things anyone could come to the conclusion that they're relatively good things. I talk about Jesus taught about unconditional love and selflessness and unconditional forgiveness to everybody. He taught these ideas that when I look at the world and I see, the state of the world and how people are with each other, I think that, Jesus was probably on to something in terms of how we interact with each other to make the world a better place. I'm not going to preach to you that Jesus was saying, oh, I'm saving you guys because, you guys are all terrible pieces of shit who deserve to die and burn in hell. But don't worry, I'm going to save you. I don't think that scripture supports that. And if anybody's preaching that or using scripture, then they're either twisting it or they're using a translation that isn't correct or attributed to, original translations.
So, question.
Yeah.
Jesus stated in the Bible that good actions are not enough to enter the gates of heaven, that you must believe in him and swear fealty to God.
You have that
means, quote, according to Jesus, that a person who lives their life in a good way will ultimately end up in hell, because that person may or may not have believed in God, or may or may not have asked God for forgiveness.
I think we can put this objective truth into our discussion, because you mentioned it talking to the other guy. So I think we both agree that early Christians.
I don't believe in an objective truth, or at least not.
Okay, so
I don't believe in an absolute moral truth.
Okay, so I'm just talking about we can both agree that early Christians did not believe in this thing called hell, this Hades idea of hell. Okay, so when Jesus is talking to these people, when anybody talks about how Jesus was saying you're going to go to hell, I think we both can agree then that the people he was talking to were not taking what he was saying and coming to that conclusion. He wasn't talking about that. He was talking about, I said it last time, he refers to Gehenna, the trash dump outside of Jerusalem. He's referring to just a life without God, not in some fiery pit, but on
people
earth.
deserve an eternal punishment for a finite crime.
People, no. And
that's religion. That's Christianity.
Well, that's Christianity. That's the Christianity
Spend
that
eternity
people,
with, however you want to look at the afterlife, the punishment version of the afterlife. However you want to look at that, whether that's torture, whether that's fire burning, whether that's an absence from the Spirit of God. That is an eternal punishment for a finite crime.
So I don't think Jesus ever really promises any sort of afterlife.
He does.
I don't think scripture
supports
that.
He said, only to the gates of heaven, but through me. Good works are not enough.
Okay, so the gates of heaven, though, and this is, okay. So at the time, we had the Jews, who, this was Second Temple Judaism, where God had left the temple and they were waiting for him to return to earth. They were waiting for God to bring heaven to earth. So
which was supposed to happen in the time of the apostles.
So when they thought of heaven, it wasn't this place in the clouds where they're going to go when they die. It was earth. It was going to be paradise on earth. So when Jesus is talking about the gates of heaven, when he's talking about heaven, first of all, I think that he's not always using it as a literal like place that we think about. I think also heaven just refers to being with God, living a life with God. So when he's saying the only way to get through the gates of heaven is to believe in me, to believe in what I teach, to believe in what I represent, I think what that's saying is not, you have to do these things.
You're rewording it and you're changing the outcome. You're moving the goalpost here. It does not say that you get to heaven because you follow Jesus' teachings. It says you get to heaven by believing in God and worshiping him.
But what does Jesus teach us about worshiping God? Because
very simple. Jesus' teaching of worshiping God means that you put God above all other things. Jesus says specifically that you are not to love your father, your mother, your sister, your wife or husband before your God, period.
Okay, so if we talk about loving, so love God before anybody else. So what does loving God look like to you? What would you say loving God
idea.
would be?
I don't believe in that God, so I couldn't tell you what loving him looks like.
Okay, so I would say that a important teaching that Jesus...
No, stop. I'm sorry, man, but you're confusing a lot of things here. For one, I don't think you've read the Bible at all.
I've read the New
Have you cherry picked it the way Christians normally cherry pick it, or have you read it word for word, page for page, cover to cover?
I have read the New Testament through and through, and I have done. I have.
I think you need to go back and reread the entire book.
I've close read a lot of different books of it in, like you talk about, like original translation, looking at what
Really?
things
You've read the Greek and
actually meant.
Hebrew versions?
I have read as close to direct translations as they can get. I'm actually learning Koine Greek right now because I want to be able to read it like fully. So I'm actually doing that right now. But have you heard of
Okay, the
Michael?
oldest known Bible is the Codex Sinaiticus. That's the oldest known Bible that we have available in its original form. It's called the Sinai Bible.
Okay.
Have you read the Sinai Bible?
I don't believe so.
You wouldn't, because it's written in Greek.
Well, then, yeah, there you go.
So, if you're saying, so what you're saying is that you have read the earliest English version, which is edited, copied, re-edited, recopied, interpreted wrong in the fucking first place. Literally, the Bible is just absolute garbage. And by the way, provably wrong on so many things. Biblical scholars don't believe that Moses ever existed. Biblical scholars don't think that the Exodus actually happened, because it fucking didn't. Egypt didn't have Hebrew slaves. The world flood didn't happen. Geology, biology, and a dozen other sciences prove that the world flood never happened.
Yeah, you don't have to convince me of those things. I think, and
well, I mean, my point being, if we can prove large portions of the Bible, which is the inspired word of God, if we can prove it wrong about anything, that ruins its credibility throughout the whole thing.
So the tricky part there is that,
and I'm sorry, but I don't get my morality from your Jesus. Nothing about your Jesus was even remotely moral. The only moral story that guy had was the Good Samaritan, which he was telling from a historical context, which means the Good Samaritan existed before Jesus did. Which means people had moral, ethical, and helpful behavior before Jesus existed. Before God, the Christian God, the Bible was written.
Yeah, and so, and this kind of, depending on who you talk to, okay. So personally, the Genesis story, where we get man's creation, quote unquote, and the original sin and these ideas, is that that is there's a lot of modern ideas to it. Are you familiar with John Walton?
No.
Okay, so he's a biblical scholar, but he's also he's just a text analyst. His job is to analyze ancient texts, and so I think he's a pretty credible source. But he had a whole presentation about, he breaks down Genesis and how it's not talking about what most people say it's talking about. God didn't create man out of the dust with like molding them together. It's not talking about that. It doesn't even relate to a material creation. It states actually that people existed before God.
Stop. John Wheaton, I'm not giving him any credit at all. None. Not even from a biblical scholar standpoint. He literally graduated from Wheaton College, which is an evangelical school. His bias is implicit as fuck. I'm not going to take his word for anything. His entire religion, his entire worldview is based, and his entire education is based on a belief. I'm going to listen to a secular biblical scholar, because a secular biblical scholar doesn't have a dog in this fight. They're neutral. They don't give a shit if it's true or untrue. They don't have a personal bias. They're purely coming at it from a historical context.
Okay, so
when I consider source, I consider their motives for what they do, why they believe the things they believe, why are they saying the things they are saying. A neutral source is always the best source because they don't have a personal bias to bend things to one direction or the other.
Correct.
John Walton is a graduate from Wheaton College, which literally has a statement of faith.
Yeah, so the thing about John Walton is that he makes this point a lot, is that when he gives these talks, he says he's not making any scientific claims. That's not what he's going for. You're correct. He is a Christian. So he's not trying to, he's not like Ken Ham, right? A creationist who's trying to use science to historically document the Bible. That's not what he does.
He's just he is reinterpreting his own narrative of the Old Testament. With a God belief, with an already God belief.
Of course. I mean,
you see how that tips the scale. But you see how that tips the scale, right? That makes him not a reliable source.
Okay, so if you're reading the Bible to get a historical telling of the origins of creation, a scientific telling, you're not going to get it. You might as well not read it, because that's not what it was meant for.
Nobody reads the Bible with science in mind.
Right. So, yes, you're correct. The flood did not happen. These things in the Bible most likely did not happen. A lot of it is just Jewish mythology and stories to get across certain.
Based on that, it's largely unreliable, and I don't have to give any of it credit because of that.
Now,
even the New Testament claims.
The New Testament is formatted very differently from the Old Testament, though.
No, it's not. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's not formatted differently. It's the exact same God with the exact same standards of his character doing really just crazy fucking disgusting shit. I'm sorry, but human sacrifice is not moral. It is not ethical.
Are you talking about Jesus?
Yeah.
Human sacrifice? Okay. So
and Jesus did not teach morals. A few things he said may be considered moral, but his larger fucking picture isn't. Not.
I've been actually reading into this a bit about the idea of like morality and okay, so based on my understanding and of what Jesus taught, if he's teaching love, okay, let's just assume he is, okay. I'm sure you have disagreements, but let's just stay on the same page here for a second. If Jesus was teaching unconditional love, okay, if Jesus was teaching selflessness and unconditional forgiveness, I could argue that, yeah.
Finish your statement. You can argue what?
Okay. I would say that in some cases, not all those things are necessarily going to be defined as good. For example, if you love something or someone so much that it causes harm, I would then say that that's not necessarily
not love.
Well,
how do you define? I want to ask this question. How do you define unconditional love? Does unconditional love include conditions?
Unconditional love means that that means that you will love that person no matter what happens.
Exactly. Why does your God have conditions?
I think.
And by the way, where in the Bible does it say unconditional love?
Glenn, God, it doesn't say the exact words unconditional love, but I think we
Right.
both
That's
know that
something that
it
Christians
can.
added later. That is something that is a narrative that Christians added later because they changed religion to a relationship with Jesus. They changed words to make it sound better. But in no way, in shape, and or form is the Christian God promoting unconditional love. All of God's quote unquote love is based entirely on conditions. You can't be gay. You can't have sex in doggy style. It has to be missionary. You can't do this. You can't do that. Everything about you is a sin.
Okay.
That's not unconditional love. If you don't do what I want you to do, I'm going to say I'm going to punish you. This is not unconditional love.
But I think
love with I don't even know that it's love. This is obsession with conditions.
Okay, so all right. So you have this, so there's this idea about like retribution, okay? And we talk about how I'm just gonna make this statement and then you can rebuttal. So we talk about the Old Testament and the Jewish the God that the Jews believed in, the characteristics of the Jewish God, which, yes, technically they are the same God, but let's just talk about before Jesus existed. So they believed in a retributive God, right? And that was, yes, this idea of how you will be punished if you do not know what he says and all these things. But really, where that came into play was the Jews wanted a retributive God because they thought they were the chosen, and that all of the people who didn't believe in him or their enemies were going to get destroyed. He was going to commit like mass genocide on all the Romans because they were their enemy. And I touched on this a little bit last time, but Jesus,
none of this has anything to do with a loving God. None of this has anything to do with whether or not any of us should believe any of the claims.
No, so
I don't give a damn
this Jewish God.
I don't care what the Jewish people thought at the time. I don't care. I don't care what the Roman people thought at the time. I don't see the Bible as evidence. I see the Bible as the claim, lacking evidence. And there is no way around the fact that the Christian God is morally repugnant and incompetent. That is just a fact. Plain and simple, because just a child's imagination could build a better, more equitable system than the one the Christian God supposedly built.
Well, I don't think that the Bible supports him building that system.
It says God created all things.
Okay.
And that's a common argument with Christians, that we don't know what happened before the Big Bang, therefore God must have done it. Without evidence, they make that claim.
Let me give you a different perspective then, okay? And this is what I was touching on with the Old Testament.
The thing is, if you're giving me a different perspective, other than the one that Christianity actually agrees with, if it's just a personal perspective for you, it does nothing to further the conversation.
I would not say that
it'd be like a Lutheran arguing with a Catholic.
I would argue that the perspective I have
so did your God create everything?
I think that God is the creator of the universe.
Okay.
At large.
So he created everything.
He created the universe. He didn't go around individually creating every planet and star and atom, but yes, so somehow he created the universe in some way. I think that...
What evidence do you have to support that claim?
Hard factual evidence, there is none, which is why it's
then why believe it?
Because I think that, well, okay, I mean, I would say that there's potential, like I can look at the universe and I can say
You want me to
that,
give you some hardcore honesty right now?
yeah,
You sound like somebody who's sitting on the fence. Like you haven't made up your mind which way you want to go with this.
I think
You've been questioning this shit for a while. You're not
I think that
convinced
I'm
because
t- I am
convinced people are way more hardcore. As you've probably
yeah,
seen in some of my discussions on this app.
yeah, I agree. Okay,
Well,
I would say
those
that
bitches.
I wouldn't say that I'm not convinced. I would say I'm pretty like I would stand strong in my belief that the universe has a creator.
Well, that's
Based,
deism, not Christianity.
and I think that if you look at who Jesus was and what I believe he taught, it would make
What do you
sense
believe he taught?
that he was teaching us how to live amongst each other in peace.
Didn't we already know how to do that?
No.
For 5,000 years before your Jesus ever existed, societies existed. People got along.
Sure, societies existed, sure, and societies exist today. And I would say we are much better off than we were back then. But I would also
That's
still
because
say
we
that,
learned how to get along with each other.
yeah, but I don't think either of us can say that the world. You said it earlier that the guy asked you if you're at peace with the state of the world right now, and you said absolutely not. You said the world's
No,
fucked,
and the
and I would
reason
agree.
why is because the reason I'm not at peace with the world right now is because we put mythology ahead of intellectualism. There is a Christian organization in Texas right now that has been steady trying to sue the state of Texas to remove science books from K through 12 education. I have to constantly debate the merits of comprehensive sex education over abstinence-only sex education with Christians because their mythology inspires ignorance. For 30 years, 40 years, we have been teaching a combination depending on the school district, we have been teaching a combination of either abstinence-only sex ed or comprehensive sex ed. And in that time, we have learned that in school districts that teach a abstinence-only sex education program, they have higher teen pregnancies and higher STD rates.
Yeah.
Whereas in the school district next door that teaches comprehensive sex education, where they teach sex safety and what sex is and what the consequences of sex are, they have a lower STD and teen pregnancy rate. So here's my point. Religion inspires ignorance. It denies science. It denies the obvious in place of a fucking belief system that is untrue. This is the harm that religion does all over the world. And to further this point, the states in the United States that have the absolute worst education systems, have the worst healthcare systems, have the highest rates of diabetes, highest infant mortality rates, highest sexual assault rates, highest gun-related deaths, are red Christian conservative states.
Mm-hmm.
They have the highest rates of poverty per capita. They have the worst job markets in the United States. They watch the most porn in the United States. One of my favorite things about Pornhub, man, every year at like the end of the final quarter, like in November, whenever the fuck that is, they release usage data, and it shows that literally Mississippi is the running ruler of watching porn in the United States, and it is the most religious state in the United States.
Yeah, of course.
In the world,
because of repression.
In the world, the worst places to live are religious. The largest countries that are theocratically ran are the ones with the worst human rights violations. They don't have any women's rights. They don't have any education. They are literally dumb and fucking ignorant, violent and stupid. And that is what religion inspires. It does not inspire love. It does not inspire trust. It does not inspire this kumbaya, get along with your neighbor bullshit. It doesn't. It inspires the exact opposite of that everywhere you look. Everywhere.
Yeah, and that's going back to what I said. Yeah, exactly.
Well, mind you, and the least religious places on earth, like Denmark, Sweden, Iceland, have great education, great health care. They're pretty well-rounded societies. They have a few problems here and there, but for the most part, they got their shit figured out.
Yeah. Religion is, because like we said, it's man-made and it's corrupt, and so the whole thing about like
no, I'm telling you, it's not just religion when you put it like that. It's not just religion. It's believing things that are untrue. That's the problem. That's what inspires the ignorance. Because Christians want to deny evolution because evolution is a direct contradiction to Adam and Eve.
If you
Notice,
believe that
Christians don't argue against germ theory. Christians don't argue against other theories, gravity, germ theory. There's like thousands of theories out there that Christians have no problem with, except the two that directly contradict their religion: evolution and Big Bang.
Right.
Only two they ever argue with.
Yeah, and I'll say it like this. I think you are like maybe like 1% of people, but in general, if you sit down with any Christian and try, it doesn't matter how many facts you throw at them, it doesn't matter how many, whatever you give to them. The thing about religion, or the thing about believing in God, is that it is so emotionally attached to a person that it doesn't matter what you say, they still believe it. For example,
why is it people are emotionally attached to a religion? Why is that?
Because I would say for a lot of people, it's something that gives them purpose.
No, they were indoctrinated with it. They were literally brainwashed as children to believe it. It is saturated. It is saturated into our society. TV, movies, books, fuck, even video games. It is.
Yes, that so yeah.
When you hear arguments in politics, you always hear some Republican talking shit about how, oh, them Dems, they aren't religious, them Dems aren't Christians, they don't believe in Jesus, but they do. Democrats are largely Christian.
Okay, so yeah, so you have so I guess you look at it two ways, right? You have the people who discover religion and find purpose in it, or you also have the people who are brought up into it, or it's just it is their lives and the way they're brought up, they're saturated in it essentially.
And if they kept it to themselves, and kept it private and did their own thing and minded their own fucking business, I wouldn't be here bitching about it. I wouldn't care. I don't care what people believe. I don't give a damn what people believe, because honestly, their beliefs specifically to them have no impact or effect on my life. It's when they take those beliefs and they try to confuse science, they try to confuse education, they try to strip the rights away from women, they try to strip the rights away from gay people, lesbian people, transgender people. When they use their beliefs as a weapon, which they all of them do, it harms people.
Yeah, and I would say, I can't remember the exact verse right now, but you can say to any Christian, they're walking contradictions, because Jesus, one of the sins that Jesus talks about in the New Testament is about you're not supposed to force your beliefs on other people.
Yeah,
He's against
and that's a contradiction to Jesus's teachings, because he also told them to spread the word.
Spread the word, but do not force it on people, right?
Well,
it's the idea that I can tell you, hey, I believe in this God, This is what I think he taught. And then just give you the information, you do what you want with it, and I'm on my way, you're on your way, whatever. But when I say, hey, this is what's true, and I'm going to put it in everything that you are going to interact with, that is different. And that's the
Well, I
contradiction.
think most Christians would disagree with you.
Most Christians would, but once again, Christianity is very corrupt nowadays, so I'm not
It's
surprised.
not worth it. It's not worth it for me to give it any fucking an ounce of respect. It does not deserve it. It has not done anything to earn it.
It is tough because, like, I have Christian beliefs. The religion of Christianity, I have a very tough time, dealing with. My dad made a good point. He was like, when I'm out in public, if people ask me I was Christian, I would say no, because then I have to sit there and explain away all of the things that they now have assumed that I believe, that they assume the way I am or the characteristics that I may have. So
well, I would say that it would benefit you to just. I would say that it would benefit you to continue to ask questions, to try to remove your personal bias and your emotional attachment away from the debate. So as a member of the Satanic Temple, one of our 7 fundamental tenets is belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of reality and the world. And one should take care to never distort scientific facts to fit one's own bias. If you are moving a goalpost, a point, because you have an emotional attachment or bias to it, then you're doing it wrong. You've got to detach from that. Your emotions are not the arbiter of what is true or untrue. Your logic is that arbiter.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you go, brother. I've had fun talking to you. I want to get to one of the other guests.
Okay. Yeah, I gotta get up in like 5 hours anyway, so good idea. But yeah, good talking
go
to
to bed, man. Go to bed. Get some rest. Have a good one. You too. Oh, so we have helping something 71 minutes. He's been waiting for a long fucking time. That's horrible of me. I'm a bad person. You there, brother?
How you doing?
How's it going, brother?
Oh, it's going all right. I'm only going to take a few minutes.
We can bring in another couple of guys here.
How's it, Ethan?
What's up, man?
Good on yourself.
Oh, you can, fucking arguing with people who want to just sit there and constantly move the goalpost from here to here. When they can't justify a point, they just change the subject to something else. And
yeah,
it's really frustrating.
It's rough.
But I have to say that I at least have respect for the previous guest because of the fact that he has the ability to question. I mean, when I analyze,
yes, he does, but he's a little wishy-washy.
Yes, no, I know. He does shift the goalposts a lot, and I do think that he needs to study the biblical texts a bit more. But it's clear.
Because I mean, the entire Christian doctrine is very black and white. Like that's the purpose of it, to create the dichotomy between good and evil. And the Christian religion doesn't allow for nuance.
Yes, but I also think that you've facilitated or rather encouraged his deconstruction process because of the fact that he's now studying Koine Greek, and now because of your critical questions, I pretty much assume that he's going to delve deeper into the biblical texts and find that they're all nonsense.
Certainly hope so. I actually need to dive into that shit myself. I've read the Bible, but I've only read the New International Version. I've read bits and pieces from King James about as far as I could fucking handle that stupid goddamn book.
The King James Bible is the most accurately
version. That is such a fucking nightmare to read.
Yeah. And also the interesting thing is you spoke earlier about the Israelites and how they went to Egypt and the flood and all of that. It's interesting because I actually did a research paper about it last year about the Israelites being in Egypt, presumably. And there's this brilliant scholar. I think it's I think it's
You know what I
the
wish?
book is written. Yeah.
Do you know what I wish I had? I wish I had a fucking directory of scholars available, just and kind of a synopsis of what each of the biblical scholars thinks about, in general, the religion or the scripture itself. I swear to God, if I was a billionaire, I would have like 700 fucking websites dedicated to various shit like this, where if you wanted just basic information about who thought what, it would be available.
Yeah, I mean it's pretty simple to define what people think about the Bible based on their fields of expertise.
Yeah.
So mine is obviously religion study, so I have a more, objective view, but there are also philosophical stance points. So I'm very sympathetic and also historically critical towards religious conjecture. So I sympathize in the sense of understanding where the conjecture comes from based on its historical paradigm, as well as, criticizing it or the validity or the historical accuracy of it based on its historical what as the Germans would call it, Sitz im Leben. But I would encourage any critical biblical scholar to go and delve into German scholarship, German biblical scholarship, because they are the ones that developed the historical criticism, which I think Bart Ehrman also supports.
Yeah, like the guy earlier, the one guy I had up earlier that was talking about Bart Ehrman. I was like, dude, you are misrepresenting Bart Ehrman's argument. Bart Ehrman's position is that there was a crazy Hasidic Jew running around talking shit, not
Yes.
there was the son of fucking God.
Yes. And that's the thing about all of the so-called pseudo historical evidence for Jesus is that most of the historical accounts do not refer to Jesus like at all. They merely
No.
refer to someone who is called the Christ, who's running
Well, and
around and
he brought up Theocritus. I think that's his name.
I'm not familiar with that.
No, not Theocritus. What the hell is his fucking name? I read what he wrote, but it was like years ago, and I can barely fucking remember it. But he was basically, it was one of the sources that Christians like to use that's outside of the Bible for Jesus. And basically, not Theocritus. What the fuck? I can't remember his name. But from his perspective, the way he was writing, he was telling a story that he had been told about Jesus. He wasn't writing a firsthand or secondhand account of Jesus.
Yeah, but that's the thing with the Gospels as well. I mean, the only historically reliable gospel per se is the Gospel of Mark, but only half of it is historically reliable because the second edition in, I think, after Mark 14, or Mark 4, the rest is basically just a later edition which makes the entire letter, first of all, 50% true and 50% ambiguous. Furthermore, the rest of the Gospels, like Matthew, Matthew and Luke, copied from Mark and from each other in creating their Gospels, and John just went its own way and went into a whole gnosis narrative that was later criticized by Paul, which is ironic because Paul, and that's where 90% of the Christian doctrine finds its origins, is with the Pauline literature. And Paul criticizes the Gnostics, but he also employs a lot of Gnosticism in his conjecture, which is kind of ironic.
Well, and Paul was kind of a dick anyway.
Oh, yes.
He was a chronic
Absolutely.
fucking ass. He was a big fucking asshole.
He was.
You know,
and the ironic.
I really think Christians forget that the Bible is the claim and not the proof. I read into that so. And like, because like especially when they talk about like other religions, they talk about the Quran, how it's the revealed word or whatever. It's just the claim. You have to have much more than that if you're going to actually attempt to prove anything or try to show anything to be the case with evidence, and it's just not there.
Absolutely.
And the sad part
Absolutely.
is they're going to vote based on these beliefs.
Yeah, and that's the part that vote, that we don't live in a vacuum kind of thing, where, you know, beliefs inform actions and actions have consequences. That's why I'm doing this. That's why I'm on this app. That's why I'm a part of this conversation, is because I don't want to see another young lady who has decided to set up an OnlyFans account get slut shamed based on a religious worldview.
Yeah.
I don't want to see another 11-year-old girl get raped by her fucking stepfather and forced to carry a child to term that's going to kill her and the baby. I don't want to see the horrible, horrible fucking consequences that are directly related to a religious fucking belief that cause harm.
Yeah, I mean, if they end up making those, you know, if they want to start making their own claims, fine. But whenever they hold to a belief system that we have been able to show isn't moral, it isn't moral, and yet they hold on to these positions as if it is, and or they cherry pick the really nice things that seem cool, and then they ignore those other awful parts of their religion.
Well,
and it's just terrible.
Coming up here this year, we have the midterm elections here in the United States. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I'm considering moving to fucking Europe. If the midterm elections go to the Christian conservatives in this country, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm not doing it. I'm absolutely not doing it.
Yeah, I don't blame you at all. It's getting bad. And you know the problem. So I was a Christian for over 30 years, and I will tell you the deconversion from it is horrific. You know, they get you so indoctrinated in it and get you so believing these silly things. And when you're in the Bible Belt, or I call it the Bible bubble, whenever you're in this and you're just surrounded by people, they don't let you really see reality. You don't think you can actually investigate beyond it. So I feel sorry for some of them in that sense. But it is difficult to get out. It is a cult. Hear what they say. It's a cult. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Look,
earlier in the comment section, I quoted. Yes, Ethan.
I love being a part of America. I really do. I think that this country has potential for we've been a world leader for a long time, and we have the potential to do better, to do a lot better. But that's not going to come at the hands of a Christian narrative.
Yes.
Yeah, it won't come at that. And we've already seen it in the past. We already have the evidence for that. And it's
we already know that when a religion is in power, it's just destructive. I mean, the Middle East is absolutely the definition of that. Almost every Middle Eastern country is a theocracy based on Islam. And they kill people for apostasy. They splash women with acid for, showing their hair. I mean, it's just they justify prostitution by having a temporary marriage between the prostitute and the man, and then annulling that marriage after they've fucked.
So
how asinine is that?
I know, and I also can't understand how they can blatantly say evolution is false when there's over 500,000 peer-reviewed, over 500,000 easily peer-reviewed scientific journals that involve evolution. But yet they'll say, you can point out, like there was one guy today I pointed out the fox too. I said, look, we got the fox. He's part of the wolf dog, own species. They mate with each other. They cannot mate with. This is an example, and it's just like they just ignore it. They just ignore anything you give them.
Well, somebody in the comments, Andrew for Christ, said that God, that morality, the source of morality is God. No, it isn't. The source of morality is a process of social evolution over time. When we learn more, we become better. We learn how to behave better. We learn how to do better. Has nothing to do with a God.
It is intelligently designed, but it's not intelligently designed from a God.
I think morality is in its core a religious construct, whereas I think ethics are the more important thing to focus on. Because I said I think morals and yes, invariably ethics are also subjective, but I think that ethics are less absolute than morals are perceivably. And the problem with morals is that, when calling someone immoral, that's rather disingenuous. Whether calling someone unethical, that's more objective in saying that ethics are a more reasonable and objective form of I would say right and wrong to follow, although as we all know there is no such thing as just purely right and wrong because of the fact that context defines and illustrates the nature of the actions itself.
Also I would say on that too is once we agree, if we can agree on something, like let's say that which causes the least amount of harm. Let's say we can have a statement we can agree upon. Once we do that, we can actually make some objective things about that. If we have the same goal, like if the goal is the same.
Yes,
yeah,
but
I agree.
then
Like
again,
you have a society, you have a group of people. The goal is to flourish. The goal is to grow, learn, become kinder, more loving, more accepting. The goal is to raise and gain an equitable standard. Here is an equitable standard. This is the goal of this society, is to reach this equitable standard. Anything subjective should lead to that goal.
Yeah.
And and the other thing is we agree on so much actually. Like even sometimes I'll find points of some agreement with morals with Christians to some degree. And then once we can reach that, we can reach some type of object. But the thing is they get blinded by the other morals that try to prevent another one, like abortion or whatever. And we can't seem to focus on that. We can't really get there. It seems like it's frustrating.
Yeah,
Progress
absolutely.
is a slow-moving wheel.
Yes, and I mean, speaking of morals and ethics and Christians and theists, I think it's really interesting. I would recommend a book from Jim Palmer. Jim Palmer also is a Texan, but he's, I think, responsible for the secular, something secular. I can't remember what, but he wrote a book, Inner Anarchy, Dethroning Jesus to Save the World. And there he provides an interesting narrative. So he studied the same as I. He also has an MDiv or a Master in Divinity. But he studied at a theological seminary as opposed to me studying at university. Rather, he provides a very interesting narrative of, illustrating in agreement with modern New Testament scholarship or modern Christological scholarship with regards to the person or the study of the person of Jesus, like Bart Ehrman. And basically illustrates Jesus as a social revolutionary, a guy who did not want to be God, but who was deified as God purely because of the fact that the Israelites had a sequence of disappointments with former leaders such as Moses, Abraham, Isaiah, and all of those individuals. So eventually, when it comes to Jesus, he was the final straw. He was the guy that was on the ground, hands-on, and he inspired the people in such a way that they wanted to deify him. Because, of course, if you are a Jew in the ancient Near East in an agricultural society, you'd basically deify anything that puts bread on your table and fights your enemies. And so because of the mythology that the Jews already created surrounding a Messiah coming down from the clouds, obviously that incurs that Jesus was the next best thing to be associated with that. And that's where the entire shit began, because then the Jews became very powerful and politically motivated to fight the Romans because of the fact that they had nothing more to lose. And that's where the Romans and the Pharisees saw a problem, because now they can't control the individuals anymore. And to refrain from having a coup d'etat from the Jews, which would have occurred if the Romans hadn't stepped in and crucified Jesus, you know, that would have been catastrophic for the Roman Empire, at least, because yes.
No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but you're saying I 100%
No,
agree
no.
with you. For those of you who are still in the live, there's 75-ish of you. If anybody else would like to jump in, send a guest request and we can have a conversation. I see 2 Christians in the comment sections. I don't remember their names. I think Andrew for Christ, and there was one other. If you guys are interested in debating or having a conversation, send a guest request and we can video chat.
Yes. But yeah,
Yeah,
as I was saying.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't care about the politics from 2,000 or 3,000 or 4,000 years ago. I don't give even a remote fuck what the Bible says. I could care less. My issue is exactly how Christians behave and what they try to force onto other people. My being in favor of gay marriage is not forcing a Christian to fucking be gay married. My being pro-choice is not forcing a Christian to get a fucking abortion. My issues here are quite literally Christians forcing their worldview onto other people. And currently in the United States, that includes legislation, and it's pissing me the fuck off. If Christians would shut the fuck up and mind their own goddamn business, I wouldn't be on this app bitching about it. I'd be shaking my ass like a 13-year-old girl.
I'd pay to see that. Anyway. But anyway, I think it's
older videos. If you dig deep enough in my older videos, you'll see me in a pair of purple underwear and leather chaps.
You know what's it's almost funny to me thinking about it now as an atheist, that we're even having a real conversation about gods and magic. Sounds like a Dungeons and Dragons game. Like we're in real life.
Well, man, there's still peckerwoods in the United States that think the fucking Earth is flat.
I know. I don't understand. I don't.
Fucking stupid.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Yeah,
literally all of physics, astrophysics, engineering, all of our sciences literally involve some form of understanding that the Earth is a globe, that we have gravity, that we have an orbit where our GPS satellites function. Like, Jesus fucking Christ, these people are fucking kindergartners.
Yeah.
You know, I just recently heard
Andrew Weston sent in a request. So who wants to drop out?
I'm going to actually drop out. I just wanted to quickly say I just recently heard about the whole moon split. The one that one was very, very weird to me. But
I'm still reeling from that the moon is made of cheese.
It's good seeing you again, Ethan. You guys have fun.
Have a good one, helping man. We appreciate you. Everybody go give Helping Humans a follow. He has been in and out of my lives. We've had a few discussions. He's a great guy. So give him a follow. I really do appreciate his input. So we're going to add Andrew really quick to the live and see what kind of conversation we can have. Hello.
Hey. What's up?
Just hanging out. What are you up to?
It's late out here. I'm tired. I got work tomorrow.
It is almost 1:30 in the morning.
Where
in my time? Phoenix.
Oh, cool. It's hot. It's always hot over there, huh?
I like it though. I'm from originally Minnesota, and I would rather deal with 110 degrees here than -50 there.
Oh wow. gosh, I love Phoenix. I love going over there for like spring training baseball.
Yeah.
It's always fun. Yeah, I've been seeing you in live for like so long. Like I watched like 2 movies and I come back and I'm like, wow, you're still going live. But it's very interesting things that you guys discuss in here.
Yeah. Did you have anything you wanted to add?
I've been studying a lot of like, you know, morals, morality. I've been reading a book by you ever heard of C.S. Lewis?
Don't read.
Oh,
Don't
yes.
read C.S. Don't please,
Hey,
for the love of, please do not read C.S. Lewis.
Why?
Because he's a fucking cult leader. The dude is batshit insane.
Okay, well, some of the I don't know too deep into him because I've only read like
His
50
fiction
pages
books,
of one
his
of his
fiction
books.
novels are fine, but that dude went off the fucking deep end and created a goddamn cult.
What cult did he create?
Was this Scientology?
He created Scientology?
I think so.
No,
Let
I
me
don't
check.
think that was C.S. Lewis. I think that was someone else. C.S. Lewis wrote the book The Screwtape Letters and
Yeah, he wrote the
Narnia.
Screwtape Letters and Mere Christianity, which is one
Yes.
that kind of involves like the morals, morality type of stuff.
Yeah, he and J.R.R. Tolkien were good friends, and I think it was
Yeah.
him that converted Tolkien to Christianity.
Yeah, I remember. I mean, I think they were both. Were they both atheists? And then I don't know. I don't really know too deep into them. Definitely
I think
still like
Tolkien was
reading
an
into them.
atheist.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
Tolkien was an atheist.
Scientology. I know there's a Scientology. The Scientology building over here in LA where I live in California.
I guess I
Maybe, like,
stand corrected a little bit here. Lewis was an atheist who turned to theism in 1930 and Christianity in 1931. Who, partly with the help of his close friend Tolkien. So maybe I'm
Yes.
confusing C.S. Lewis for somebody else.
Yeah, I feel like they're all like, a lot of them are so like familiar, like with their names. Like I feel like I get confused with a lot of them.
Yes, but you were saying you were reading the book on morality from C.S. Lewis?
Yeah, so I was reading. It's called Mere Christianity. I find it very interesting. Yeah, I really like to think more into just more morality. You know, objective. How it's objective, or is it subjective? If humans create the morals that we consider that are good and bad, what is good and bad? How do we objectify what we know about that? So I've been kind of like studying into that, and like from what I kind of understand about a lot of it is God. I'm a Christian, and I say, you know, God creates those standards. He puts it on our heart. That's how we know it. We know it from the Word. I don't want to, you know, I'm trying to discuss this without the Bible, just because it'd be kind of.
I want to step on that just for a second.
Young Tom Cruise, I always get that.
I'm going to step on it for a second because we can show evidence that morality changes based on culture.
Okay.
Yes.
So if there is if there was an objective moral standard that was written on our hearts, it would be throughout every culture, throughout all of time, and it would be unchanging. The thing is, morality changes based on culture over time. What is moral here? So, like for instance, if you were to travel to Japan, it is rude and unethical to hand a teller at like a gas station or convenience store. It is rude to hand them money. You have to put it in a tray. It is unethical and rude to tip a server. There are different moral standards in different places that you go. And that again changes over time. Morality 500 years ago isn't the morality we have today.
Yes.
And so when people say that morality is given to us by an authority, I call that out as wrong because it isn't. It's a socially learned behavior.
Okay, so so as we go on, do we kind of progress in this way of we kind of define what is right? You know, for example, right now we kind of in this generation we're getting more toward inclusiveness, more of like equality for all, and this type of things where we're like, you know, just let people live their life.
We are the one. Yeah, we as a society are the ones that define what that is.
Okay. I think like
in China, they don't like extremist religions. In China, it's illegal to be a member of an extremist religion. So Muslims are often kept in camps. That's their moral standard for their society.
I know in China they also kill a bunch of Christians too, right? They're being persecuted right now over there.
Yeah. And there's a reason for it.
So I guess
China is older than Christianity, and they've had their own beliefs for the better part of 10 to 12,000 years.
Yes.
Well documented too, by the way. Well documented. In a better way than anybody from the Middle East could have ever done at the same period of time.
You mean Buddhism?
Parts of it, yeah.
Yeah, so the Chinese Communist Party merely encouraged Buddhism, and that's why they persecute other religions.
Yeah.
So
they come at it from an imperial type sense. They don't like the idea of outsiders confusing things for them.
Yes.
Also, every time Christianity sticks its nose where it's not wanted, they create chaos. They create dissonance, division, tribalism. There are more than 45,000 denominations of Christianity worldwide. None of them agree with each other on scripture, on history, on any of it.
Do you think
on the moral standard of God, they disagree? All of it. They all disagree with each other. Do you think that could be
from our human incapability of just our pure instinct, nature of evil?
It's because there is no standard correct interpretation of scripture. God isn't here telling us or showing us what he meant when he inspired whatever in the Bible. And so everything about the Bible is left entirely up to interpretation. Interpretation always includes bias.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, I mean, I think there's definitely a specific way to read the word. I mean, I don't think people can interpret one
I don't
thing.
think there's a specific way.
Like metaphorically speaking, like when Jesus said, you know, tear an eye out. I mean, I think people could take that literally versus metaphorically. I guess you can ask metaphor versus literal against Bible, but reading something and someone taking it one way versus another, I think it could misconstrue how a lot of Christians have those divisions and disagree. But I think overall, the main thing with Christianity or all the other religions and one thing is people are changing. Our sinful nature changes things to benefit higher people's needs. And I agree with a lot of...
How long have you been in my live today?
I've been in and out. I saw like, I don't know, a couple hours ago when you guys were talking.
So I had a conversation. I had two separate conversations with two different black people who used their personal bias to justify a Bible that was used to condone enslaving their ancestors.
Okay.
They moved those fucking goalposts so far off the goddamn reservation, I couldn't get them back again. The Bible was literally
what kind of Bible
used.
were they reading?
The Bible was literally used.
Okay.
During the debate of whether or not they should free slaves before the Civil War began. The Bible was used as the justification for owning people as property.
What kind of slavery are we talking about?
Doesn't matter the
You're
kind
talking
of
about-
slavery.
yeah.
It does
Why?
that does absolutely does not matter. Owning
If you
people
read
as
in
property.
Ephesians, Andrew, if you go read in Ephesians, you'll see that Paul says, slaves, be obedient to your masters.
Okay,
And then
so
again, you'd also...
this is where I love morality. You guys are saying that slavery is bad.
Yeah.
Murder
It
is
is.
wrong?
No, it's
Murder
not.
is
It's
wrong.
unethical.
Rape
Slavery
is
is
bad.
Well, yeah.
unethical. It's inhumane.
Okay, so
Slavery
then we
is
get to a
it's
point
unethical.
of why
I would
is it
consider
bad?
because it causes harm.
Okay, why is harm bad?
And but hold on, it's also imposing your will on another person.
Okay. Well,
That is
this
harmful.
goes back to just straight, like, why, like, if, okay, so, like, you know how, like, do you
So
believe
I
in,
don't
like,
I don't
evolution
care.
and
Look,
stuff?
stop. Just seriously, I get frustrated when it comes to this. I am literally sitting here telling you that the Bible condones slavery, and you're trying to obfuscate with, well, what kind of slavery? Or why is slavery wrong? I don't give two fucks about those questions. I want to know why people are insistent on worshiping a deity that condones immoral and unethical actions.
Okay, so when you say immoral and unethical, you're automatically stating that there's an objective term right there instead of a
No,
subjective.
it's not objective. Do you want to be a
That would be
slave?
objective.
Do you want to be a slave?
Sure, I'm a slave to Christ.
No. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Fucking seriously. Done.
So if he, so for example, if he asks to
done.
impregnate you just like he did with Mary, would you allow that?
Not even gonna fucking entertain that line of absolute fuckery ever. Oh, wow. What the fuck was that?
Slave to Christ.
Jesus fuck.
That's very C.S. Lewis of him.
Do you obviously see the intellectual dishonesty that I have to put up with doing this shit? Why am I?
Ethan,
please, friendly Satanist, please tell me why I'm so fucking masochistic that I put up with this shit.
Ethan, I completely sympathize with your entire existence here on this life because I have to endure this.
He says it with a straight face, not realizing the dumb fuckery that just came out of his mouth.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, sincerely, Ethan, I experience this on a daily basis as well. But I enjoy, allowing these individuals to speak their truth, because eventually when it comes to that, you're only giving them enough rope to hang themselves.
Well, and that's what I did. I gave him just enough rope to hang himself, and then I was done with it.
User Pastor Cynthia, drop into the box, and then we can have a debate.
Yeah, if you guys want to have a conversation, you're welcome to jump in. Send a guest request. I'm happy to.
Did you see what she said? She said, "I was a Satanist, then set free."
Well, that's interesting. As far as I know, being a Satanist automatically comes with freedom.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's kind of the whole entire part of being a Satanist.
Exactly. Yeah, it keeps telling me alive.
Andre Farrow, I am not a sinner. I don't care about your Christ. Kindly go fuck yourself. Don't measure me by the same goddamn standards you measure yourself. If you want to walk through your life being guilty of shit that you didn't do, that's your fucking choice. Leave me the hell out of it. I am not guilty for the sins of man that came before me. I don't give a fuck what they did. That was their life. That was their choices. That was their bullshit. I have nothing to do with it. I am my own person, guilty of my own wrongdoing, and responsible to myself and the other people that I fuck with. Not your God, not your Jesus, not your fucking pseudo nonsense bullshit.
No, you sell out to Lucifer as Christians do to Christ. Cynthia,
No, we
do
don't.
you actually
Lucifer isn't
know
real, you
that the
stupid fucking twat waffle.
I think Cynthia has not even studied her mythology, because if she did, she'd know that Satan and Lucifer are two different historical
Yeah.
entities.
I don't think she was a Satanist, brother, because if she was a Satanist, she would realize that we don't believe in a literal fucking Satan. Dumbass.
Exactly.
Hi, my name is Christian. I'm going to sit here and run my mouth about shit I don't know anything about. And I'm going to do so with confidence.
Yeah,
Because that's
exactly.
what Christians do.
No,
They
Cynthia,
don't.
Baal was the Canaanite god. Lucifer comes from Hallel, which is quoted in Isaiah as Venus or the morning star. Satan is a Hebrew word meaning adversary or opposer, which was meant and used as an adjective for actual persons, and then later as a supernatural entity.
Yeah. And early Christians didn't believe in hell at all. Cynthia, didn't you? I said early Christians didn't even believe in a literal hell. Cynthia, I'm never going to believe that you were a Satanist. Never. I'm never going to buy that bullshit. You're lying through your fucking teeth. And at the bare minimum, if you can't be honest, what kind of Christian are you?
Yeah, Cynthia, do not, put the burden of argument or the burden of proof on us, grouping you all together like Christians and trying to deflect from the argument that we're calling out your nonsense.
So I'm going to really quick read the 7 fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple and tell me which one of these is evil. Please, I'd love to know. Number 1, one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. Anything about that that's evil? Didn't think so. Number 2, the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. Anything evil about that? No, there isn't. Number 3, one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. Nothing evil about that. 4, the freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own.
Yes.
Nothing evil about that. Number 5, beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care to never distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. Nothing evil about that. Number 6, people are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm they might have caused. Nothing evil about that. You're taking responsibility for your own actions.
Yes.
And number 7, every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the spoken word. Nothing evil about that.
You're not a real Satanist. Cynthia, that is a no true Scotsman argument. There's no such thing as a real Satanist. There is Satanists, and then there aren't Satanists. You have the wrong perception, and that is not our problem. That is not our prerogative to take accountability for your misunderstanding of Satanism.
Yeah, it's a little bit obnoxious when people run off at the mouth about things they don't know.
Exactly. I mean, we've read the Christian Bible. Have they read the Satanic Tenets? Have they read the Satanic Bible by LaVey? Have they read, anything with regard to Satanists? Know of your beliefs. What about our beliefs?
I think Cynthia might be lacking a basic component in education.
Don't they all?
Yeah. Logical fallacies, just for fucking starters.
Yeah. No, do not need to. Well then, Andre, jump into the box and come and prove your statement.
I tell you what there, Cynthia, let's talk about how many Christian death cults that have existed versus how many satanic death cults have existed. How about we have that discussion?
Look at
that
Hitler.
discussion, there has been a big fat zero satanic death cults ever.
Yes.
And I have lost track of the number of Christian death cults that have existed.
Yeah. I mean, just look at Hitler, who is the
Well,
current
Andre,
record
sorry.
holding.
Andre, I don't mean to interrupt you, friendly, but Andre, I don't give a fuck, man. You can sit there and tell me you love me up and down. First off, I don't fucking know you. You proclaiming your love for me is not an ethical fucking statement. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself.
Yeah, just being solipsistic and parading his own
he's being
holiness.
narcissistic.
Yeah,
he's
there's
using
different
that terminology so that he can feel superior and sit up on his self-righteous high horse.
Yes. Pseudo piety is what I'd like to call it.
Yeah, that's a good
False
terminology.
piety.
Pseudo piety.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm going to use that from now on.
Yeah, so pseudo, for those who don't know, means false in Greek. Wow, that's what you two are doing. What, Cynthia? What are we doing? Cynthia, please come and jump into the box and actually give us something to reason with, because
I don't
sitting
know.
around
Can
in
she
the
even go
comments and
live?
typing.
Does she have 1,000 followers? Can she even go live? Nope. She only has
No.
128 followers. She can't jump in.
Really? But people who've had less can jump in.
I think you have to have 1,000 followers to go live.
So it's a secret sense.
Andre Farrow could go live, but I don't think he's got the cojones.
No, probably not. I don't hang here. Sorry to hear about that. Cynthia, we're a much better crowd than the church crowd, I can guarantee you that.
At least we have a better sense of humor.
Exactly. I literally told someone the other day, I can't remember when it was, but that the Passion of Christ is now... we were talking about crucifixion, and I told them the only crucifixions that are happening today are ones happening in BDSM rooms. And that spun off into an entire conversation of the Passion of the Christ turning into a sort of BDSM kink type thing.
You know, there is a part of me that wants Jesus to come back a second time so I can punch him in the dick.
Yeah.
And ask him about bone cancer. I want to ask him about bone cancer in children. I want to ask him why the leaders of his faith seem to have a hard-on for fucking kids. You know, the usual kind of questions you would ask in a supposed force for good.
Yeah. Hey, SA Traveler. Lloyd, my friend. Yeah, I think, in all honesty, I don't think Jesus is necessarily the culprit here. I think Jesus was actually trying to do a good thing, and then his followers.
Yeah, I think from Bart Ehrman's standpoint, if a crazy Hasidic Jew was running around, screaming his head off about some standard of ethical behavior, then sure, I'll give him credit for up to a point. But
yeah,
the Jesus that I'm referring to is the one that Christians love to use. It's that
yes,
the hyper moral, hyper ethical, living a Christ-like life and all that bullshit.
Yes. He gets blamed for everything making does with free will. But Cynthia, then you're confronted with the Epicurean paradox, because if God made everything, then he is responsible for everything he made, including free will and including evil. And if God knows, if God is all that...
See, Cynthia's confusing some bullshit here. I'm not blaming God for the actions of man. I am blaming the Christian God, the character, for his specific behavior.
Yeah.
I don't give two shits about the behavior of men. That's not my conjuncture. That's not my issue. I'm not trying to even make that point. Although I do make the point that the religion inspires the worst in people.
Yes.
But that's not in regards to the philosophy of the religion itself. My contention is with the behavior of the God himself.
God can do whatever he wants. He's got. Well, that's a shitty perspective. So I can say I can do everything I want just because I'm a Satanist or just because I'm an academic.
That's yeah. Christians are they lean heavy on that, right?
Yeah. I mean, if once the government starts doing it, people start complaining about forced vaccinations.
Yeah.
But God can literally do anything they want, so that's ironic.
Well, and here's the dumb shit. Like, Christians will say that stuff, right? But then they fight against abortion, even though their Bible condones it.
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Bible condones abortion. The Bible specifically states that life doesn't begin until first breath.
Yeah.
But, you know, Christians kind of don't read their text. They don't read their Bible. They ignore it. They add things conveniently to it that aren't actually there. They make shit up and move the goalpost, and, you know, it's very arbitrary.
Yeah. I lean on the love that I have for all, and therefore I love Jesus. Hello, Eugene. Jesus
did not come to defeat death. In Jesus' own words, he came with a sword to turn father against son and mother against daughter, and to impose the laws of old. Literally says it in the Bible. Read your fucking book.
Yeah.
How in the fuck can you guys profess a belief in something and then just not read it? And no, we are not down to the wire to Revelation. Revelation isn't a prophetic book. Revelation is a retelling of the fall of Rome. For fuck's sake, you guys. God damn, they don't fucking do their homework.
You're against abortion and birth control, then you want children to suffer at school. Absolutely, Jay. Besides, not just that. Oh, yes, Lizzie, that would be amazing. So basically, my principle about abortion is, well, it's rather simple. I'm pro-choice, but I think the integral thing about abortion is that if you are anti-abortion, will you be willing to take care of the child?
Cynthia just brought up Bible code. Oh, get out of my fucking life. I don't do conspiracy theorists. Fucking leave. Please fucking leave. For the sake of my fucking sanity and my blood pressure not pushing blood out of my fucking eyeballs, get the fuck out of my life. The dumb fucking codes and numerology, and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, exactly. Eugene, this is just a heated debate, that's all. With a few intolerant individuals. Jesus is king for real, though. Okay, Andrew. Once you've stopped reading C.S. Lewis and delved into the ancient texts of the Bible, I think you'll change your narrative drastically. Because Jesus never said that he was king. Jesus never said that he was God. Instead, he said that he was the Son of Man. And the fact of why the Son of God is even mentioned in the Gospels was because it was an antithesis to the de facto Roman Empire.
Jesus also never said anything about fornication and sex being unethical or a sin. Jesus also never said anything about gay people, trans people. He never said anything about not having abortions. Jesus literally said nothing about what half of you fucking Christians talk about in the fucking first place. You guys made this shit up based on your own personal bias. Your Jesus never said half of this shit.
Yeah.
If God was so against abortion, then why does God condone it in the Bible? If God
Yeah.
was so against abortion, then why did they label the first breath at the beginning as the beginning of life? If
Not
God was
just
so
that,
against
if God is
abortion, why didn't Jesus say anything about it?
Wow, I hated God until I healed, raised the dead, earthquake. Oh, wow, Cynthia. So why are there still COVID-19 patients dying in hospitals? You have a potential to win the Nobel Peace Prize, which, you know, I would like to see how you heal people in hospital that are actually sick.
Faith healers don't work in hospitals for the same reason psychics don't win the lottery.
Exactly. That's a good point. There are a lot of false teachers. Not all Christians are how you think we are. Andrew, that's a note to
Yes, you are.
Scotsman, because
No, yeah, exactly.
eventually,
It's no true Scotsman. I expect a certain level of behavior from all Christians.
yeah,
All of them. I don't
I
care
mean,
how liberal they are. I don't care how conservative they are. Doesn't matter.
exactly. And as Jesus says in Matthew, a tree will be known by its fruit. A good tree cannot bear bad fruit, but a bad tree, a bad tree cannot bear good fruit, but a good tree will not be bad fruit. Therefore, according to the tree, you will know their fruit. I don't lie. Well, Cynthia, you've just lied.
Yeah, by saying you don't lie, you just told a lie.
Yeah, I have fruit. Okay, and who'd be
We're
the
here to
judge of that?
plant seeds. Yeah, you can run around planting your fucking weed seeds all you want, and I am gonna be the weed remover.
Yeah. Lol,
Me and
please.
friendly Satanist and thousands and thousands and thousands of other people who don't buy into your religious pseudo bullshit.
Exactly,
We
Lizzie.
are
Everyone
we
is.
are the weed we are the weed killers.
What do you two think about Judaism?
It's
Judaism is
garbage.
just part of part of the Abrahamic
It's like
um
Christianity, just
thing.
more misogynistic.
Yeah. At this point, since he has just a troll. Absolutely, Bunny. But that's how it works. When Christians can't meet logic with logic, they resort to trolling. I try not to lie, but it's not always easy. Nadine, yes, I know. But I mean, that's where ethics comes in, because who says that a lie is wrong? For example, use the context of a white lie. If you were confronted, as I had been 2 years ago when I was stabbed 9 times, I literally told the guy to his face, I don't have my phone with me, and hid it in my bag or in my pocket or something. So I outright lied to him to protect my own life. Is that then objectively wrong or not? That would just prove that lying and all sorts of incoherencies or immoralities that people like to project is eventually relative.
Do you worry
Everyone.
about the fifth tenant? Hold on, sorry. Do you worry about the fifth tenant in the sense of potential ignorance and interpretation of science? I do, and I see a lot of abuse of the fifth tenant, not from the satanic community itself, but from Christians and other religious people. For those of you who don't know, the fifth tenet of the seven fundamental tenets of the Satanic Temple is belief should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world, of the world, and I would actually modify that to reality. And one should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. Now, Christians do this. I've been having this conversation all night long since like fucking 10 o'clock at night. So for the last 4 hours. And all of the Christians that I have had on this live as a guest have in one way or another distorted scientific an understanding of science to fit their fucking belief. And so that's a problem with religion, is that it literally lives in the realm of ignorance.
Yeah, exactly. Andrew, your definition of sin does not exist in the Bible, because the two words that are used, I mean, is in the Greek is hamartia, and in Hebrew it's chata. Now, in chata and hamartia, what they both have in common is that it translates to missing the mark, which means it's something that derives from Greek archery or from archery practice in general, which basically does not refer to moral failure, but just missing a mark, such as, not aiming correctly or doing something that would incur you not hitting the target. Furthermore, God disapproves a lot of things in the Bible, so I don't think that that is a very broad and moral statement to make. For example, there's this thing where he approves the fact or disapproves of according to Christian conjecture against gay marriage, against abortions, against people lying and all of that. So I don't think that there is eventually something that you can prove with regard to that.
So Andrew said that leaning on Jesus is what saves us. I say you're a pussy. Like, I'm just being honest.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to rely on friends, family, close loved ones to get through life, because we all kind of do need that support at some point, whether it be financial or emotional or whatever, that's fine. But if you're going to rely on a dead Hasidic Jew from 2,500 years ago, you're kind of a pansy. Like, that's some weak shit. I mean, I'm just being honest.
Not just that, if you need a God to teach you morality, then I don't think you're a very moral person to begin with.
Yeah. If your morals are there because of the promise or reward of an afterlife, or out of fear for punishment in an afterlife, then you're not a moral fucking person. Morality is doing the right thing for the right fucking reason. Religion is doing the right thing because you were fucking told to.
Yeah, exactly. Jesus saves from sin, which leads to death. Andrew, you're just regurgitating biblical texts, which shows how indoctrinated you are.
Yeah, you're showing your level of brainwash there, bud.
Religion is a very good example. Yes, Jay.
It's emotional, and it's emotional manipulation. That's what religion is. 100%. It is emotional manipulation. It starts in early childhood. They they imbue you with a sense of fear.
Yeah.
And that's how they get you.
Andrew, because of the fact that our philosophy does not denote or concern itself with brainwashing people. In fact, it promotes critical thinking. It promotes individuality. So how can you be brainwashed by something that does not promote a sense of uniformity or unilateralism?
Yeah. How you can't be brainwashed by something that inspires critical thinking.
Yes. Why am I brainwashed? Andrew, because literally all of your arguments are either from C.S. Lewis or from the Bible. Imagine having a brain and not using it.
You have this process. Your brain functions the same basically as everybody else's to a degree. And that is that you are innately a curious human being.
Yes.
You want to know why things tick, how things work. But religion stifles that curiosity. Instead of looking at the sun and wondering what forces are involved in how the sun functions from a mechanical chemical standpoint, you just say, well, God created it, I don't have to worry about it.
I went full circle, found Christ to be my brother and my dad. Well, Cynthia, it sounds like you have, just as Sigmund Freud said, that God is for people with daddy issues. And it seems like you had a very dysfunctional family.
Christ, yeah, God is exactly that. It's a daddy issue.
Yeah. And the fact that she had to see Jesus as her brother meant that she came out of a very dysfunctional family, which I suppose is justifiable. I suppose.
No, I do not believe in the afterlife, Andrew.
No.
I have no evidence that... I tell you what, actually, I have evidence to the contrary. I have evidence that says an afterlife is unlikely. And that evidence is very simple. My brain is literally how my personality and myself exists. If I damage my brain, my personality will fundamentally change. If my brain dies, then so does my personality, because you cannot function without a fucking brain. The brain is the mechanism. The brain is the mechanism that allows you to have memory, where you can look at an object and recognize that object, because your brain receives signals from your eyeballs so that you can see. When you are dead, you don't have a brain, so you don't have eyeballs, so you can't see. You don't exist when you die. You're done.
Yeah.
Period.
Exactly. Also, I think, Cynthia, you need to get your superior, I think it's your right superior temporal lobe checked out, because that's exactly where your hallucinations about God and deities comes from.
And by the way, Cynthia, I don't label people who disagree with me. I'm happy to have people disagree with me about various things. My favorite color is black. I don't know what your favorite color is, but it probably disagrees with mine. And we can have that disagreement, and that's fine. I could care less. But you are making positive claims about reality based on your personal bias and religion. You are fucking wrong. Take that as a label all you want. You are fucking wrong. Fine, we both like the same color, black. Did you understand what the fuck I was saying? That we can have a difference in opinion about the things we like or dislike, but you do not get to have an opinion about facts of reality.
Also, when calling people Freemasons, that's an ad hominem.
I don't even know. I don't even care. Why do they always bring up Freemasons? Like they believe in this fucking deep state conspiracy theory bullshit. Nobody gives a fuck about the Freemasons.
Yeah.
Nobody fucking cares.
Cynthia, how do you raise the dead? Please, I guarantee you to go out to the hospitals and raise the dead and show me. Put it on video, upload it on TikTok, and I'll believe you.
Yeah. I wouldn't. No, the Freemasons don't run the world, you fucking twit.
No.
Jesus. Fuck, you guys are insane.
Catholicism is false. Okay.
I agree.
That's
no argument here.
No, but I mean, it's a very disingenuous statement coming from a Christian. I mean, Catholicism is Christianity. It's just proving your previous point. That there are 45. It just proves your previous point, Ethan, saying that there are 45,000 different denominations and none of them agree. So Catholicism is Christianity and Protestantism is Christianity. Even Presbyterianism is Christianity. So if each of them call each other false, doesn't that point the finger at them as well, saying that they are false as well? Because by the same measure you measure, you will be measured with.
Yeah. It's ironic that Christians want to pass judgment. Hey, Anita, how you doing, hon? Cynthia, at this point, you are an honest to God crazy person. Cynthia is crazy. I'm done with Cynthia. Please go away.
I think she's the literal definition of what Thomas Zass, a professor in psychiatry, said. If you talk to God, it's prayer, but if he talks back, you have schizophrenia.
Yeah, it's schizophrenia.
And if you have conversations,
she thinks that the Freemasons run the world.
You can't handle.
No, they fucking don't. I know Freemasons. I know some people who are Freemasons. And I'm telling you from firsthand experience, they can barely put on their own fucking diaper, much less run the fucking world.
Yeah.
Not everybody who's a Freemason is a goddamn fucking... This is the thing with religion, man. When you start believing in bullshit claims like religion, it makes you susceptible to believing other bullshit claims.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, it's something I've thought about, and that's why I don't use the term religion, and I specify because I do think that Satanism invariably also falls into the category of religion, or
It
rather a
does,
religious
but
philosophy.
it falls into a more specific category of non-theistic religion.
Oh, yes, of course.
When
Oh,
I
I
say the
understand.
word religion, I mean like broad term religion, because broad term religion is theistic.
That's true. That's true. I'm now sure I was married. Eugene. Religion is, yes, Caiaphas.
It is mental and emotional enslavement.
Yes.
Cynthia, you are depressing.
Yes.
I'm glad you think I'm fun. I think you are tragic.
Yeah. Lost cause.
To me, fun is having an intellectual conversation with intellectually honest people. That's
Yeah.
fun.
Agreed.
Talking to people who think that Freemasons exist to rule the world, it's like me banging my face into a wall. It's fucking obnoxious.
Yeah, exactly. With science ever changing and evolving, could that potentially make
You're not
that
letting me do anything, Cynthia. The only reason you're in my live right now is because I am too fucking lazy to block you. So you are not letting us attack you at all.
Ethan,
I will
make
do
me a
whatever the
mod.
fuck I want with or without your permission.
Ethan, you can make me a mod and I'll do you the honors.
Throw a comment out there for me, Satanist.
Oh.
Eugene. Yeah, if you want to throw it, Eugene, you can send in a guest request and jump on the live.
I'll always make one true claim that Jesus is the only way to eternal life. Andrew, but that's like assuming that there's only one truth. As what was his name? Pontius Pilate asked Jesus, "Quid est veritas?" What is truth?
So we're going to add Eugene here because he has a question.
Cool.
We'll see if it connects.
Hi, Ethan. Hi.
There it is. Hey, Eugene, how you doing, man?
Also from South Africa.
Sorry.
I'm what you call a rechter boer. I'm an Afrikaner.
A true boer, true farmer.
Yeah, I'm a true boer. One question only, Ethan. I've been listening to this live now for a while, and I want to ask you one question.
No.
Only one.
Go for it.
How the fuck do you get your hair so neat, like our friendly Satanist here in South Africa? Is it something you guys do with your hair? Because he's got the same fucking hair as you. That's the only question I got.
I use
I know his secret. His secret is called. His is called Pantene.
Nope.
So yours is Head and Shoulders.
Eugene, I want to be honest with you. As a member of the Satanic Temple, what I actually do is I grab a baby and I slit its throat, and then I just wash my hair with the blood of a baby.
There's the fucking truth coming out now. There's the truth coming out now.
That's not, no, it's, just shampoo and conditioner, and then I brush it.
Okay. Now I just want to put something light into this. I'm not an academic. I'm not an academic. I am a believer though, and I do respect what you believe. And But I'm a believer in love.
I don't respect what anybody else believes, so I don't. You're under
But
no obligation.
I believe in love. I
Well,
only
fine,
believe in love.
but no, I don't see that anybody's under any obligation to respect beliefs.
Yeah, to respect
To me,
each other. Yeah.
Beliefs. I can respect you as an individual, as an autonomous person, but we judge people based on their beliefs and their actions. If somebody's walking past me and they're saying racial slurs and being in general a fucking racist, I'm not gonna like that person. I'm gonna disrespect that person.
But I think, Ethan,
the only person or only people I judge is my ex-wives and my ex-mother-in-law. The rest I love. Cheers, guys.
Cheers, Eugene.
Thanks for having me, Ethan.
So, Ethan, I want to tell you, interestingly enough, it's something I want to bring into the discussion about respecting beliefs, because of the fact that I think it was the Satanic Temple who disagreed with the Catholic Church or some church. I saw it on Twitter following this one guy. I can't remember his name, but he's a lawyer supporting the Satanic Temple. And ironically enough, there was this quote by, I think it was, damn it, I can't remember, not Robespierre, but someone else who said that I might not agree with what you say, but I'll fight for your right to say it. And that's what I think is important. Hitchens. Is that Christopher Hitchens? Let me Google that quickly.
I do believe that is Christopher Hitchens.
Oh, let me see.
I think Christopher Hitchens said that in one of his debates.
Oh.
It sounds really familiar.
Oh, it's Voltaire. It's Voltaire.
Oh, Voltaire. Yes, it was Christopher Hitchens was quoting Voltaire.
Yes, I disapprove of what you say, but I will defend to the death for your right to say it. And therefore, I think, especially when it comes to the fourth satanic tenet, in appreciating the freedoms of others, so as to not forgo your own, don't you think that respect for other beliefs is also important?
Look, I mean, we base our judgments on people for what they tend to believe. Because, like I said earlier, beliefs inform actions, and we don't live in a vacuous. We don't live in a vacuous society. We live in a society where what people do has an effect on other people around them, and if their beliefs are informing their actions, and their actions have consequences, then it's only a natural conclusion that we're going to judge based on beliefs. Beliefs, to me, are just a series of ideas. The ideas that people carry can be good. The ideas that people carry can be bad. I'm going to judge those ideas. I'm not going to just blindly respect a person's beliefs.
No, I completely and 100% agree with that. And obviously giving the person to justify or air those beliefs would obviously or allow you the opportunity to either respect or not respect it. If it's, obviously disrespecting someone else. But I do think it's important to recognize the humanity of someone, because of the fact that, yes, I feel that Christian beliefs aren't necessarily, good. Well, not that they aren't good at all. The principle is just that I think when it comes to debate and when it comes to people, at least that's what I try to practice on my lives with regard to people like that, is when I debate with someone, I try to understand where they're coming from and use that as a point of rather forcing them and encouraging them to to think critically. Andrew, I'm from South Africa. So I think that is the principle of trying to understand someone's beliefs and using I think it was Peter Boghossian. He wrote a book.
I can start from a place where I don't know somebody's beliefs, and I can allow them the opportunity to share their beliefs. But at some point, I'm going to have to make a judgment call on that.
Yes, no, I completely agree. For example, if some people, if a Christian, for example, says no, black people are bad and gays are going to hell, that's obviously absolutely abhorrent, and you should make a judgment call on that. I'm just saying that something that I have recognized and that I have found is that not to make knee-jerk judgments on someone, which is extremely hard. And I want to hear your
Well,
opinion
I
on
mean,
it because of the fact.
any atheist who's been doing this for longer than, a year or 2 years has heard every single possible variation of every single possible apologetic or argument. So at some point it just
Yes.
gets so redundant that I
Yes.
catch myself doing it all the time where like I'm in a conversation and they're trying to create some bullshit analogy that I've heard some variation of it 1,000 fucking times. And so then I try to
Yeah.
stop them and I try to correct their thinking before they go all the way through the fucking, before they make it all
Yes.
the way to the end, because they're just wasting their goddamn breath.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. That's interesting because I've been struggling with that, and I just wanted to hear your opinion on it because, of
Well,
course,
I
in
want to,
my country, I
when I
struggle
have the
with.
conversation, I want them to keep it simple. I don't want
Okay.
to go like, okay, so you were there for the conversations I was having earlier, and you watched as they would say something about morality, and then I would describe what morality is, and then they would
Yeah.
change the subject to something else, and then I would
Yeah.
refute that. And that's how every single conversation goes. They're just going to sit there and refute, or they're going to say something, I'm going to refute it, they're going to change the fucking subject, and it's disingenuous and it's dishonest and it's frustrating, and sometimes I lose my cool.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, and I lose my cool frequently. Although I think what's interesting is that to invite them into the boxes and not entertain their comments, I think that's what eventually makes the difference, because then the conversation can flow more fruitfully. And of course, they have the capacity to they have to think on their feet. And that's where you can truly bowl them out that I found is because in my country in South Africa, yo, Ethan, if you thought that American Christians were bad, dude, you have not seen South African Christians. Fuck, they are absolutely the worst.
Well, I mean, a
And
lot of it
the
has to
fact
do
is
with
that,
like standards. A lot of it, I think, has to do with standards of education, right? How are the standards of education
yes,
in South Africa compared to the United States?
well, there's a huge lack of education. I mean, for example, the pass rate for grade 12 is like literally 30%.
Yeah, and here in the United States, we have a guaranteed pass rate, thanks to George Bush Jr., the No Child Left Behind Act, and his stupidity. But the vast majority, I think it's like just over 60% of Americans can only read at a 7th or 8th grade level in the United
Jesus
States.
Christ.
So yeah, I
Well,
think
that's about the
though
same as here.
it's I mean that's the problem, right? The lack of education, the lack of critical thinking skills in regards to being able to look at a problem, understand the intricacies of that problem, call out the inequities. Yeah, here's a
Yes.
fun little tidbit that I learned recently, and I didn't know this until seriously just recently. More than just under 20% of the entire world's population has an inner voice.
Wow.
Like, and I honestly think that's where empathy comes from. I think empathy comes from an inner voice. So, like, I have an inner voice.
Interesting.
I hear it talking
Yeah.
24 fucking hours a goddamn day. My inner
Yeah.
voice never shuts the fuck up. And if I'm not entertained, if I'm not engaged in some kind of um media,
Mm-hmm.
then I will argue with myself.
Yes.
I get
Same.
into fights. So like my job, what I do for a job is I do ride share.
You
in
do what?
between rideshare, so Uber and Lyft.
Oh.
So in
Yeah.
between rides, in between customers, I argue with myself. It's fucking annoying. I have full on fucking conversations with my own fucking consciousness. It's goddamn obnoxious.
Yes.
It never shuts the
Yes.
fuck up. I have to be on TikTok,
Yes.
or I have to be watching anime, or I have to be consuming some kind of media to shut that shit the fuck off.
Absolutely.
And
I
I think
completely and
that
wholeheartedly understand.
I think that's genuinely where empathy comes from. The ability
Yes.
to have a conversation with yourself and in the same process, put yourself into the shoes of another person. How would I feel if I was in their situation? You've got to be able to
Yes.
self-reflect.
Yes. And that's interesting that you say that only 20% of people in the entire world have that inner voice. I thought that's something that everybody had.
No, like I actually just watched a really funny video on YouTube about it the other day, where a guy was talking to, like, I think it was this guy and a girl. They have a podcast. I don't know what it is, but he was like, they were talking about this article that had been written about this, and she thought it was the weirdest fucking thing in the world that he had a voice in his head. She swore up and down that she did not have that voice, that she didn't understand what he was talking about.
Wow. That's interesting.
I would like, this is one of the reasons I love science so goddamn much, because I want to understand more about that. I love neuroscience. It's one of my favorite fucking things to read about.
Yeah, I mean, psychology was one of the main reasons why I, went away from Christianity and studying psychology and human behavior. I found out that, it's basically rooted in the brain and rooted in your context and your nature and your nurture. So it's extremely fascinating.
Yes. Give me a quick second. I have to run down to my vehicle. I'm going to take you guys with me to the convenience store, but one of my roommates is sleeping, so I'm going to turn the volume down, and I will turn it back up when I get to the car.
Cool. Someone's my inner voice doesn't have the volume. Cherry, same. Letitia, BPD is borderline personality disorder. BP is bipolar disorder. Is bipolar. It's sometimes difficult to distinguish between the two, but when using acronyms, BP is usually the bipolar disorder, or BD rather. Although BPD and BD are really interlinked. We call it a garage cafe. Yeah. Eugene, it's a convenience store.
Okay, we're in the car. All right. That there.
Pleasure, Letitia. Just wanted to put that fact out there. I've never had the inner voice. Thoughts are just there. That's interesting. I suppose I have a little bit of both, because of the fact that when it comes to, the thought and the voice, I often hear the thoughts in my own voice, which is odd, but although thinking about it,
I hear the thoughts in my own voice, and that's the argument that I have. But it's disorienting sometimes to have that conversation in your own head. It's very disorienting, and like I have ADHD, so it compounds it and makes it worse.
No, absolutely same. Alberto, I didn't see your question. What was your question? Cherry. It's interesting though, because now thinking about it, it's like it is a voice, but I've never given thought to whether it's my own voice, rather. Perhaps I am delusional and I have schizophrenia. I don't know.
I don't think it's like schizophrenia. I think it's like it's the problem with evolution, right? Like evolution is a chaotic kind of thing. It's, you know, like some people are capable of schizophrenia. Some people are sociopathic. Some people are psychopathic. You know, the brain is a mess, and we don't understand nearly enough about it.
Yes. It also depends if you're bipolar 1 or 2. Yes. I can also go for periods of time just without thinking about anything. Cherry, yes. Zoning out. It's called disassociating.
I do that too.
It's absolute bliss.
I do that when I'm on my motorcycle. When I go for a motorcycle ride, it tends to shut my brain off. It's kind of like putting my brain on mute.
Yeah. What motorcycle do you have, Ethan?
2003 Harley Davidson Sportster.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to sell it right now because I'm so far behind on bills. I'm literally on the verge of homelessness right now. Come March, I'm basically kind of fucked. I have a friend who did offer me a spare bedroom, so it's likely I'm gonna take that, but I can't get caught up to save my ever living fucking life.
I'm so sorry, Ethan. Why is that?
Well, aside from being on dialysis, which is like the biggest component of it, I don't have a standard income.
Shit.
Being a Lyft driver is not a standard income. I could have a really good day on a Sunday, and then the following Monday will be absolutely garbage. Last night, I worked for, 3.5, 4 hours and made $50. Saturday night in that same time frame, I made 80.
Sure.
And the rent at my current apartment is going up $600 in March.
Holy shit.
So it'll be from $1,400 American dollars to $2,090 a month.
Damn. And I suppose the COVID pandemic has also influenced that.
Yeah, that's part of it. But it's also supply. It's a supply and demand issue. Everybody that lives in California is leaving California because California is like 4 times as expensive as where I live now. Well, twice. I'd say twice as expensive as where I live now.
Damn.
Yeah, so everybody's leaving California. They're moving to Arizona, Texas, Oklahoma, and it's driving up property costs like bad. A house in this area is like $450,000.
Jesus Christ.
And I wish I could buy a house. I really do. But
yeah,
this is how the this is how the US economy works. I can rent an apartment for $1,400, but I cannot buy a house and have a mortgage for $900.
Damn.
It's fucking stupid.
Jeez. That is
I'll be right back.
Cool, man. Texas rent is going up. Wow. Shit. 7 Diederik, that is a fucking fuck ton of money. And it's so expensive where I live because I live near the beach. Where do you stay, Jerry? Hey, Quibus. His experience is indicative of everywhere in the States. You guys should just move to South Africa. It's much cheaper here. Well, relatively. With science ever changing and evolving, could that potentially make that rule more interpretation? What rule is that, Alberta? I'm on the east coast of the US, South Carolina. Oh, interesting. How are you doing, Kobus? Ek bly gelukkig nog. Eugene, same. Help a month there. Well, for rent, you can pay anything between 3,500 to 6,000 Rand. Depends on where you stay. Sometimes you get 14. I don't know what that is in dollar. I suppose it's about let me think right now. Let me check the exchange rate. No. Let me check the exchange rate. Tenet 5. Oh, Tenet 5.
That's one of the reasons why I ask for donations when I'm live. I don't do it very often, but once in a while I do ask for donations because I need help to get out from underneath the hot mess that I'm in. Yeah. Several months ago, I went from renting a car to do my job to buying the car that I'm currently in to do my job. In that process, I was out of work for 2 weeks. I fell behind on my bills like immediately. Then, to make matters worse, over Thanksgiving, I got COVID, which took me out of work for an excess of 5 to 7 days.
Damn.
So then I fell even further fucking behind. I am behind on my credit card. I owe my roommate $420. I am $500, $300 behind on my car payment. Yeah, I'm in a world of fucking hurt right now, and I cannot for the life of me dig my ass out of it.
I'm sorry, Ethan.
And that's all right. I mean, it's not all right, but it's no fault of yours, man. I appreciate
No,
the
no, no,
thought,
no, I
though.
understand. No, I understand. I mean, I wish there was a way I could help.
No
The
worries.
best I can do, the best I will do is I will stitch one of your videos and encourage people to send a few donations to help out.
I appreciate it.
So, Anita, 6,500 Rand is like 417.11 US dollars. So that's basically what rent is in South Africa.
I appreciate the gifts, friendly. But if you want to help out, I take donations in PayPal and Cash App and Venmo, all of which directly come to me. Gifting on TikTok takes a huge chunk of those gifts.
Yeah, they take 50%.
Yeah, they take a huge portion of those gifts. So if you'd like to donate, that helps out a lot better.
Yeah. So basically, the most expensive rent you can get in South Africa is about $898.
Jesus Christ, maybe I'll move to South Africa.
Yeah. That's for like super expensive and luxurious living.
Yeah, here in Phoenix, Arizona, a super luxurious top of the line apartment at the top of a fucking like building is like $10,000.
Holy shit. That's 200,018 Rand. Well, more or less. Canada is just as messed up with housing. Damn. They can run 1 million in... Yes. What? 1 million? Holy shit.
Yeah, New York City is crazy, dude. LA, Los Angeles is that bad. There are penthouse suites that you can buy that are multi-million-dollar fucking homes. Shit's insane.
Jesus fuck.
There is a club / restaurant here in Phoenix called the W. It's actually in Scottsdale.
Hmm.
Every single time I go and I drop somebody off at that place or pick somebody up from that place, the entire parking area, the what do they call it when they have people park for you?
Chauffeurs.
It's something like that. We have a version of something like that. They don't stay with the cars, they just park them for you.
Oh.
Every time I go in there, there are Ferraris, Bugattis, Lamborghinis, Rolls Royces, like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of cars in that fucking parking area.
Yeah, well,
valet.
where I
Thank you.
stay.
That's the word. That's the word right there, valet.
Yeah, well, where I stay, which is a pretty small town in South Africa, we have a huge Muslim population here, and they drive McLarens, they drive fucking Ferraris, they drive Lamborghinis.
And I hate these fuckers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because it's a waste of money.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. Hello, Joe. You should really create a GoFundMe,
I have
Ethan.
one.
Oh, you do? Are you on Facebook,
Yeah.
Ethan?
Yes.
Let me add you. What's your surname?
My name, Ethan Lawless.
Oh. Ah, there you go. Cool. Send you a request. Perhaps give you some exposure there. You're only super rich or poor, there's no... Yes, absolutely, Quibus.
I think being being super rich is unethical. I don't think that super rich people should exist because none of them got there on their own. They get there.
No.
They become rich by exploiting other people.
Yes. 100%.
My old man is a heavy equipment diesel mechanic. He's got more work in his index finger than Jeff Bezos has in his entire goddamn body.
Yeah.
And my old man's not a billionaire.
No.
The actual opposite, in fact. When I was kids, in the wintertime, we used to have to wrap our house, the outside of our house, in sheet plastic to keep the fucking wind out and the heat in.
Shit, man.
I grew up on a goddamn farm where, like, if you grabbed a glass of water out of the tap and you let it sit on the counter for like 10 minutes, you would see all of the rust and iron sink to the bottom of the glass.
Jesus.
I literally grew up in abject poverty. We raised horses, pigs. Mom and dad right now currently are raising cows. I grew up shoveling shit in the middle of fucking Minnesota in the dead of goddamn winter. I broke horses for a living when I was a kid. I hated my childhood.
Mm.
Of course, my mother spending the vast majority of my childhood inside of a bottle did not fucking help.
Shit. Yeah, I can imagine. That sounds absolutely horrible. I can't imagine what that's...
As bad as it is, or as bad as it was, there are still people out there that had it way worse than me. I can remember
No, that's
vividly
true.
watching. I can vividly remember watching, like, you know, some Barbara Walters special on 2020 where she's interviewing some 20 something that came out of a cult where they locked her in a fucking closet and fed her bread and water. Like, there are people out there who have it worse. And that's not to take away from the shit that I'd put up with.
No.
But I'm really, like, this is one of the reasons I think I'm so empathetic, is because I've lived through some version of that shit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think suffering determines a lot of a person's empathy in general. As someone who lives in Canada, I don't see socialism or variation as better than capitalism. Yeah, all better proud. I think capitalism is definitely something that works. Although I've had a friend of mine explain, he studied economics. He think that determining a person's, well, their, what do you call it? What they should pay in taxes according per capita, you know, determining it in certain areas. Money just destroys. Absolutely, Cherry.
Well, I don't think that money, I don't think money is the problem.
No,
I think the idea of having some type of currency isn't necessarily inherently bad.
No.
As with anything, people corrupt it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I mean,
I think capitalism works just fine, but you got to do the right thing for the right reasons with it. You got to regulate it correctly. There has to be a 45% tax on corporate companies.
Yeah.
You know, they have to alleviate the tax burden on the middle class. We have to have social programs that help the poor.
Yes, and churches should also be taxed.
Yeah, churches should be taxed. And I think America would do better to reduce the amount of money we spend on our military. They just approved a $700+ billion infrastructure bill for our military.
What?
Yeah. Swear to God, they just passed that like last week.
That's horrible. Holy shit.
We spend more on our military. We spend more on our military than the next 25 countries combined.
Yeah, I actually saw that. Jesus. And it's not like America is at war or something. It's just like they're fighting with China and all other countries to say, we have the best military in the world.
We are a police state. We police the world. And honestly, it's because we kind of have to. Somebody has to police the world. It falls on America. I don't necessarily know why. It just does. But let's say, for instance, we pulled the 7th Fleet out of the South Sea. North Korea would invade South Korea like that immediately.
Yeah.
So there's got to be some kind of military force there to prevent that. And if Russia doesn't stop fucking off with Ukraine, the United States is going to get involved in that stupid shit as well, because Russia shouldn't be trying to take over a sovereign fucking country.
Yeah. That's true. But I wonder, and that's something I've always wondered about America, because I do remember that they meddled in with a lot of civil disputes in other countries. Isn't it better to leave those countries to their own demise and have them sort out their own shit?
I would think so, but I'm tied up on it. I really am. I have a problem with human rights violations. I have a problem with people suffering. I have a problem with when I look at a country like Pakistan, or Afghanistan, where if you go back to those countries in the 1970s and 60s, women were wearing knee-high skirts, low pump shoes, blouses. They weren't covering their head. They very much, in a lot of ways, they resembled women from the United States in a lot of ways. But then, after the CIA fucked off doing shit it shouldn't have done, religious extremism took over, and now these women are literally covered in a fucking tablecloth.
Yeah.
And they have no rights. They can't drive. They can't vote. They can't run for office. They can't get education.
Yeah, Alta, and I mean, even in South Africa during apartheid, where the US did not involve themselves with the human rights violations in South Africa, and a lot of African states currently as well, where, for example, a guy contacted me the other day on Facebook, saying that he needs help because he's a gay and he's being persecuted in his country. I think it's I can't remember. I think it's Angola or something, or Nigeria, where he says that he was literally beaten up by a priest, and he needs help to immigrate to South Africa because of the fact that he cannot tolerate it, and he has to operate under a fake profile because he can't let his parents see that he's gay. Otherwise, he would be arrested.
Yep.
So it appears that in my relative perspective, and this is purely coming from a perspective of someone living in a third world country, that America only involves itself with politics of countries that it economically can benefit from.
Yeah, exactly.
Such as Russia and China.
That's my direct issue with it. I mean, if we as a nation were doing the right things for the right reasons, I would have no problem with, being the world's police. But we rarely do the right thing for the right reason. We have to have some benefit. Our government requires some benefit to get involved.
Yeah.
Like
exactly.
every single civilized nation in the world should come down on the head of North Korea, and yet none of them do.
Yeah, precisely. Because of course America is trying to, soften North Korea.
Well, Trump's attempt at softening North Korea backfired.
Yeah, exactly. But he went soft. He tried softening them, and then he insulted them, and that backfired.
Well, Trump has a hard-on for dictators.
I mean, he is a dictator himself with a sort of an inferiority complex, so...
Yes.
But yeah, I think it's ironic, when you think that in a lot of South Africans in my country tend to think that we have a fucked up political system because of the fact that we have now what they call a Zondo Commission, which is basically an inquisition lodged to hold people accountable who, under a former president's administration, literally captured the state and put people in positions that were his friends instead of people who deserved it. And that fucked up the country's economy so badly that they now have to investigate each and every one of these individuals. And the stories that come out of it, the tenders that were basically sold to random people, is absolutely atrocious. And I mean... It's ironic because people in South Africa, especially the white people...
Is South Africa independent from Britain?
Yes. We've been
that
independent
part of the problem.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's a good thing that we're independent. The problem is just what came with... It's a series of events. I mean, we're talking now about the 18th century and what happened then. But what happens now is basically... I would say directly as a result of apartheid. Because what happened with apartheid is that the white government basically disallowed black and colored individuals from getting educations, from using the same facilities as white people do, which was a gross human violation, human rights violation. And South Africa got sanctions imposed on us because of that. But despite that, is that it disallowed a lot of people to get the education necessary. Okay, but then 1994 happened, Nelson Mandela became president, and the ANC, which is the African National Congress, became the ruling party. But the problem is that the ANC has had a grip on South Africa that has been unbreakable by any party because they just get voted in again. Because what happens is every time there is an election coming up, they go to the townships, the poorest of the poorest, where the slums are, and they hand out t-shirts, they hand out groceries, they hand out a lot of manipulative shit to tell people, hey, listen, we're actually here for you, but in reality they aren't. So for the past 40 plus years, the African National Congress has corrupted and completely siphoned the country to fill their own pockets. And that is the situation that we're dealing with because there was no proper handover. And now we've got an economic thing in South Africa, which is called Black Economic Empowerment, which is where people of color get priority, choice when it comes to giving out, work. So eventually, me as a white male, if I had a black candidate competing for a job position with me, and we both had the same qualifications and experience, the likelihood of him getting it is 100%, as opposed to me.
Well, we have those exact same problems here. We had segregation, we had Jim Crow laws here in the United States, and it wasn't until the Civil Rights Movement of 1964, 65, that those things started to change. And to this day, we do still have an employment policy that so like I was working a road construction company in Minnesota a couple years back in 2011. And one of the jobs we got scheduled for was on a Native American reservation. Well, the contract that the company had with that area meant that they had to hire Native Americans. So they got priority over me, who was already an employee of the company.
Sure.
But there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Because they wouldn't hire Native Americans without it.
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of white people.
I don't blame the Native Americans for taking my job.
No, I agree.
I blame the company for being a bunch of racist pricks that wouldn't hire Native Americans.
Yes, absolutely. And that's the same thing that we're facing in South Africa. And it's ironic because a lot of white people, a lot of conservative white people in South Africa look up to America as like, oh, we're going to stay in America because America is pro-white and America, actually has respect for white people and white farmers. The problem is that they don't realize that white South Africans are very fascistic and very white supremacist, and therefore they only see a part of America, which is obviously, white supremacist.
When you grow up in a world, when you grow up in a world of privilege, equality feels like oppression.
Yeah, absolutely. And so, hey, Tanya, so I'm exactly in the same mindset as you. I think it's because of the country was a bunch of racist pricks that they tried to overcompensate for that now by employing people of color. A lot of whites are there. Yes, Jay, I do agree with that. Although I think the majority of the people, and that's just my perception of the people that I encounter, are very, very far right. Especially those of the Afrikaans predisposition.
Yeah, I think that, so like one of the big issues we're facing here in America right now on the white nationalist side of things is that the white people in the United States are, okay, I'll rephrase this, white Christian conservatives in the United States are worried that at some point white people are going to become the minority. And when that happens, they are under the inclination that black people and Mexican or just other races, other minority races, are going to treat white people the way white people have treated them.
And that's a bad thing. How?
I don't fucking know. And honestly, I don't give a shit. By the time that rolls around, I will definitely be dead and gone. So, and even if I wasn't, oh well. So what? I'm like the furthest thing away from a fucking racist. I don't give a shit about a person's race. I don't give a flying fuck about their gender. I don't care who the hell they sleep with. My judgment of a person comes from the context of their fucking character.
Yes. Definitely. 100%.
And that's how it should be universally.
Yes.
That's how it should be at the government level. That's how it should be at the local social level. But here in the United States, we still have what's called sundown towns.
Mm-hmm.
So a sundown town is a place where they will, in the daytime, they will refuse service to people of color. Straight up, you can, if you're a black guy and you pull into a gas station, they will not sell you gas.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
absolutely.
if you happen to be a person of color that is in that town after the sun falls, you're pretty much a dead man. They will kill you and bury you in the fucking woods.
Jesus.
That's why it's called a sundown town. Because black people know better than to be there at night.
That's horrible.
And these towns exist in Texas, Kentucky, Alabama, Arkansas, fuck all the way across, I think even down in Florida.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tennessee, South North Carolina, Virginia, West Virginia. Yeah. Sundown towns exist everywhere in the South.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not surprising. It doesn't surprise me at all, but it's horrible. Sound like
it's disgusting. It's disgusting.
Eugene.
The idea, even the remote idea that a person could somehow be less than because of the pigment of their skin, I can't wrap my fucking head around that even at all. Not even a slight bit.
No, but you see, the interesting thing is you spoke earlier about white people thinking they are becoming less and so blaming it on people of color. It's interesting because that's the same narrative that Hitler used when he wiped out all of the Jews.
Yeah, it seems like it's a reoccurring theme, right? Like throughout history, It just seems like it's something that keeps reoccurring every few hundred years.
Yeah, I mean, there's a saying, I think it was from Kafka, that said, history doesn't repeat itself, but it often rhymes.
Not surprised.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, financially speaking, you'd be much better off here in South Africa.
No, I don't know if I'd be socially better because I'm a man of few patience, and if I have to slap people to get my point across, I will do it.
You'd make the local news here.
No, watch somebody try to tell me that black people don't deserve the same rights as white people, and I will beat the fuck out of them.
Yeah, I'll help you with that.
But I suppose, you guys, I'm gonna end the live here for the night, and I'll definitely probably go live again tomorrow. But I'm gonna watch a few episodes of some anime, and then I'm probably gonna pass out.
Cool, man. Have a good evening or morning.
You too, man. Thanks for jumping in and hanging out with me.
Cool, man. Good luck with everything. And if there's anything and any way I can help, please let me know.
I might post a video if people can share it, get it out there. I'd appreciate it.
I'll definitely do that.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Have a wonderful night.
Cool, Ethan. You too, man.
Night.